measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Robert Edward, Pablo de la Cruz, Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Vitaly Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, JMails24, Unionamento, Iron 26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, and Chow Young Cat. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links, as I say, to Patreon are below this video. But with that, I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show. What, Neil?
Are you doing something? I'll ask you later if you're busy.
Okay, I'm just setting up. What did you ask? Sorry?
About the housekeeping questions. It was a suggestion, right? To keep order, correct?
Keep track of what we debated about on the show. So rather than having somebody come along and put something to us that had already been covered, the idea was that once something had been covered on the show, we'd turn it into a housekeeping question so that it could be noted that we'd already discussed it and overcome the, or whatever the position was in debate. It's a way of keeping track.
Right. Okay. Certain parties claiming that those are his intellectual property. 75% of them were on his desk.
For crap.
Or formulated on his desk.
I see. If you're driving around in a car, right, generally speaking, you don't have to justify how the car's yours, do you? Right, it's just your car. If you've stolen the car, you've then got to justify why it's yours and how it's always been yours. And things that belong to you don't necessarily need any justification for how they're yours. It's not like I'm going to sit here and go, I've gone through the housekeeping questions several thousand times daily, therefore they're mine. No need. It's not necessary. Yeah? What are they? They're flat earth debate housekeeping questions. There's no need for me to justify what they are, where they've been stated. Now, they're a means to an end. Now, some people who steal want to justify something that's been stated thousands of times on this show as being someone else's intellectual property. Okay, why? Because you've stolen them? Yeah, fine, whatever, don't care.
Yeah, that's what I said too. That he's forever going to have to justify this. When Nathan just got to release his book and that's it. Doesn't need to say a word. So I shouldn't let the shit bother me, but it does bother me because I know the real deal.
No, I get it. I understand, and I'm grateful for your attitude towards this, because some things like this people just get away with it. Stealing, that is. And unless there's people around to say, no, you've stolen that. No, they've always been mine. I created them. They're 75% mine. They came from my... You're like, why aren't you rolling your eyes? Why aren't you just ignoring the person who's suggesting you've stolen this? If it was yours, you wouldn't need to justify it. You'd just roll your eyes, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and he claims he only made $30 from the ball busters, and that together formed the ball busters. That it was always his, and it was Betty that allowed you to run a room in there. It's just so much nonsense. I couldn't even get through it all. I just said, you know what? I'm just getting myself. It's just making me angry. So I'm not even going to listen to it anymore.
Yeah, same thing.
I got a headache too.
You need to create a narrative around something and justify it. Again, that's indicative of somebody who is deceitful and story and a narrative so that they can claim ownership of things. Like, okay, what's that? Someone else developed Ballbusters? No. Go look at episode 1. It's on my channel, right? If you want to know the story of what happened with Ballbusters, it's something that I developed on my channel with my audience, and then eventually a thieving con man named Quantum Eraser came to me and said that he wanted the super chats from my show that I produced to keep my kids fed. Now, that particular show was called Ballbusters. His justification was, I'm doing presentations on it, therefore I deserve the money from your show. Like, okay. No, I'm not giving you any money. But if you want to earn the money from producing the show, you can produce the show. I'll give it to you. So I did. I gifted my show that I produced on my channel for the benefit of me and my family to a man who was demanding money from me for it. That's how it actually went down. That's just the facts. Now, you can spin that if you want, because you decided that, no, that's actually mine all along. Okay, well, why didn't it exist on a channel other than mine then? Again, I don't need to justify what is reality. That's somebody who's doing that. There's a term for it. It's called gaslighting. Right? You need to explain why the gas lamps are on. They're just on. No, I turned them off. You must have turned them on. No, I didn't. Yeah, you must have done though, because they're on and I didn't turn them on. Oh, really?
I taught him everything he knows. That's what was screamed from the rooftops.
It's just called gaslighting. But the way you avoid this is to not be around people who are doing that. Again, the people who are around people who are gaslighting others will gaslight others. But you can only defend yourself from this sort of narcissistic endeavour. No matter what you do, narcissists will still gaslight, spin, lie, cheat, and steal. And then they'll attempt to change history. Make the narrative about them and how it... No, this was always my Ferrari. What? Well,
Yeah,
that guy over there
claim,
had it, and now you've got it, but you're saying it was always yours. Yeah, that's right. In fact, it was never in their garage.
You should release the tapes, Nathan. You should release every freaking tape of that recording, regardless who goes to jail. You should release it. Stick it right up their ass, because I was there. No one ever said, let's just start over and we'll all be co-authors. That was never freaking said.
You know what's worse, though, is that Nathan has them, and Betty and Huey know he has them, and he doesn't release them. And he will always have them locked and loaded and ready to go. To me, that's the way to keep a gaslighter in check. If he comes out at some point and thinks he has a big win and forgets that Nathan has those recordings, then all Nathan has to do is bring him out.
But from what I gather, what I was getting from CC and whatever, I had a few clips sent to me, like 5 minutes at a pop. I guess he was going over when I went on 24/7, when I was freaking trying to shame them, when Nathan was trying to get the recordings back, the draft, and I went on 24/7. I think that's what they were going over. I'm not sure.
So there was a recording of you trying to explain things.
No, there was a recording of me going on 24/7 and shaming his dumbass and telling them that Nathan was robbed.
Right. So they made it about you shaming them rather than about the fact of they took the transcript. And they'll continue to do that. And because that's how it works out there. That's how it's been working for years. Come up with, blame the man. Oh, you're just using Nathan's buzzwords. You're just a parrot. You're the foil, Neil. And you shouldn't be ashamed of it. And I do it too. Maybe. But the point is that they are they're only able to get away with stealing material and making up excuses like they're doing.
Oh, and then the freaking, then they're denying the fact that I was in every session. Brian had to come in and say, no, Neil was there a lot. And then it was like, well, I don't think he was in every session. And what was he doing there anyway? Yeah, I was watching Nathan's back. That's what I was doing.
Yeah, what's he doing? We shouldn't have Neil around. He's really not useful. Actually, didn't they say that at some point? That really, there's no reason for you to be around, Neil. You're not doing anything. Why don't you just move along and leave us just to ourselves?
The bit I'm confused about.
What have you provided? I never claimed to be anything. But you're claiming to have written a freaking book. Here's what drives me freaking insane. There was nobody writing any books until freaking Nathan wrote a book. And then they're gonna deny that everybody said they would help make it better, and that they never agreed to anything, and that he did tell Nathan that he wanted. Yeah. When did he tell you? When you tried to get the draft back? That's when he freaking laid it out that they need to be co-authors?
Yeah, when they tried to extort co-authorship was when they'd suggested that they'd lost my 5th draft. It had been burgled, right? And then when I'm like, okay, well, that's the end of that then. Well, no, actually, I've sent a copy to QE, says Adam, because he'd suggested that should he die, that's Adam die, whilst on holiday, they didn't want their book going missing. Your book going missing. Again, this story is designed for the stupid, right? Now, I just say this right. If you're taken in by these sorts of stories, then you're stupid, right? You can't add 2 and 2 together. Like, okay, so according to this narrative, I've opened a hangout, not because I have been offered help with my book, but because out of the goodness of my heart, I've offered my time and my paid space for 2 men to write their own book in my company. Now, if that makes sense to you, because that's what I understand the story's turned into, that I've opened a hangout so that people can write a second book while I'm around. Now, if that makes sense to you, then fine. Good. Piss off and don't come back. You are too stupid to be around us. Now, good. Be taken in by this. Now, if you're the person spinning the story, you've got to spin a story. You'll have to spin that story forever, right? You'll have to justify why the Ferrari's in your garage. Now, I don't give a shit. Like, I don't care. I've been stolen from. I can take the L. Yeah. Unfortunate for me. Am I going to whinge and moan about it? No. But the fact that most people around understand what has happened. I set up a hangout because I was offered help with my book. Now there's a second book. Oh, right. Yes, because that makes perfect sense. Come to my hangout while I'm writing a book so that you can write a second book for you and your benefit in my presence. Because that makes total sense, doesn't it? Now, again, if you're taken in by that, you're just a fucking retard. Good. Yeah, you are easily gaslit. You'll be taken advantage of by other narcissists who go, now there's a man who's easily taken in by total shite that makes no sense. Fine. Believe whatever you like. Now, the real story is self-explanatory. You writing a book, we'll help you edit it. Thanks very much. What's that? You've written a second book? Yeah, I'll just laugh at this shit story, because that's all it is, a shit story, to justify thieving from me. Now, why was I opening a hangout to receive the help I was offered with my book? Because I'm extremely poor and needed help to produce material to help support my family. Now, I'm still extremely poor, but this qualified pharmacist and ex-army, whatever you'd call him, neither of them are professing to need help with anything, are they? Who's the one that's suggesting they need help producing material so they can support their family? Me. So you've got to ask yourself, why in unholy fuck would a man struggling financially dedicate his time to two men who are not struggling to write their book in my space? Does that make sense to you? If it does, again, fuck off, you're a retard. You've been taken in by this shit story. You can't see plot holes. Okay? Then you're just dumb. That's it. Now, from this point forward, it's like, but I don't care, right? I have detached myself from this. Now, all that's happening, this now, is called triangulation. Because this reaction, narcissists love this, seeing me react to what they've done. Because that's the ultimate game, yeah? Duper's delight is described off the back of getting away with gaslighting. Delight being the operative word. A narcissist loves when they convince you of a bullshit story with a load of plot holes and you're taken in from it. They like that. They smile about it. They take pleasure from it. It is their delight that you have been convinced with a completely shit story that makes no sense. Now, if you are that person and you go, oh, well, I didn't understand. No, it's not that you didn't understand. You're just dumb. That's it. That's on you, though. Now, me, I've gone, what's that? You're trying to extort me. Go away. Never return. Go away. Piss off. Right? That's it. That's the end of the involvement with two thieving narcissists who are now attempting to justify their theft with gaslighting by pulling people into their little sphere of deceit. Okay. You know, Neil's got the right idea, though. He identifies them and goes, you, why aren't you doing something about this? Why aren't you calling them out for their theft? Oh, you don't want to? You want to pretend that you didn't understand? Again, that's okay. Either you don't give a shit, in which case I don't give a shit about you, or you're taken in by a shitty lie. Again, too dumb to be around us. Stay over there. Good, yeah? You're easily gaslit.
Yeah, it gave me a headache too, because what bothers me is, and it does bother me because I was listening for a long time, and then COVID hit and I got on the show and I worked my way into the panel. So I know even the older shows, I listened all the time. I was right there for the whole show, the Uncut and after show I would wait for. So I know what was going on. And to turn around and make it like Nathan just didn't do a freaking thing, that he was just there, and that when it was time for the book editing, he was just not even engaged, and that Adam wrote the whole book. That shit annoys me because that is not true.
Yeah, like I say, I keep saying it. If you're taken in by a shitty story, that is on you. Again, like I say, I don't care. It, according to Neil, when I'm reading some of the messages that he sent me yesterday, is the case that Neil's pleased that I've written a better book as a result of being stolen from. Yeah, but what was the overall objective that I was trying to achieve the entire time? Writing my book. Now there's a story that I was there in my own hangout when I was editing my book, but there wasn't my book being edited. There was two books being edited. Okay, that makes no sense, does it? When you break it down, right? It doesn't make any sense. But if you're taken in by that, okay, good. That's brilliant, because it means that you are a beaming light of idiocy. We can identify you easily as being stupid, because you're taken in by a crap lie really easily. Good. Makes it easier to identify you. That's good for us. Very good.
Yeah, and that the other thing is, this is what bothered me, and I said I don't want to hear no more, and I just I developed a freaking severe headache over it, and I just went to bed. That you were the cause of the whole thing. You were the cause of everything that happened because you didn't. In other words, you didn't adhere to their demands, so you were the cause of this whole thing.
She had it coming. I hit her, but it was her fault. You ever heard that before? She had it coming, it was her fault. She deserved it. She wound me up. Then I broke her nose, but it's basically her fault.
I heard that a lot from my kids growing up. My youngest is now 23. Oldest is in her 30s. I have 4 kids. When you're a parent of children that you've raised them already that old, you hear that all the time. Not my fault. They did it. They made me do it.
One and all.
How are you?
Good morning.
I'm all right. Very well indeed. I say I'm all right. I've just literally woken up. So it's been incredibly hot and moist over the last week here in the UK. And that just makes it very difficult to sleep. So I woke up this morning at about 5:30, 6 o'clock, and my wife was already up. I'm like, what's wrong with her? So I obviously got up and I'm like, what's wrong? What's wrong? And she's like, nothing. I just couldn't sleep. I'm like, oh, neither could I. So I've then gone and taken my morning stuff, and then towards the end of the morning taken my eldest daughter to a gymnastics class, or trampolining class. And on the way back, I'm like falling asleep in the car. So I went and had a half an hour snooze just before this started, and woke up and was like, oh no, I have a live show. I had to get myself together. So I'm a little bit, what's the word? Flustered? Probably not the right word. Not quite awake, let's just put it that way. So other than that, I'm all right. How are you?
Everything is roses.
Oh, jolly good.
Hey Nathan, morning. Has Wayne the map guy replied to you yet from yesterday or no?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I should give some clarity to that. So, as much as do I want to admit this? I don't care. I think I did say this in yesterday's show, right? Wayne's just become another anti-flat earther. Immediately, it puts him to the bottom of the list of things I give a crap about. So while I'm saying I've put an email to him asking, as he has asked me, to respond to azimuth and altitude. If you need catching up on this, right? Wayne is a guy who runs a channel called The Map Reading Company. That's his YouTube channel name. And what he's done is he's put a copyright strike in against me off the back of us looking at his video and pointing out that he just measures Earth flat. Now, the reason we were covering his video talking about how Earth is measured flat to the millimetre accuracy is because we're sick to death of dealing with wankers who behave like complete scum on the anti-flat Earth side of this discussion. Anti-flat Earth being so-called globe belief, but the reason we call them anti-flat Earthers is because they're more than willing to relinquish globe rhetoric if their globe rhetoric is being overcome by someone like myself, a so-called flat earther. So they stop being globe believers, otherwise they'd stick to the original rhetoric, and they become anti-flat earthers because they want to brace against what we say. An example would be someone like Simon Dan. So there's a suggestion that Earth is a turning entity, and that turn creates a Coriolis deflection. Most people who are watching this, even if they're unfamiliar with the discussion, will be familiar with the term in at least the notion that it's attached to a sphere Earth in some capacity, right? There's an alleged 15 degrees an hour Coriolis deflection. What is Coriolis deflection? Well, it's the alleged deflection observed from a non-inertial turning reference frame as you turn underneath an inertial frame of reference with an object travelling straight through it. The effect being the object that's travelling straight seems or appears to drift at 15 degrees an hour as a consequence of you turning underneath. Now, if this is applicable to an Earth that's turning, you have suggestions that we see this Coriolis effect. One example being someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that the football's curved through the goalposts because Earth's turned underneath the ball. In other words, ball travels straight, Earth turns underneath. From the stand, it looks like it curves through the goalpost. That's Coriolis deflection. Now, when we point out that if that was true, as is the case for the heliocentric rhetoric of Coriolis deflection, then you'd have aeroplanes subject to the same effect. Aeroplane travels straight, Earth turns underneath, shortening the flight times. Now, when you put this to an anti-flat earther, they will then instinctually relinquish the initial claim. They'll relinquish the suggestion that Earth has two reference frames. And in the case of Simon Dan, he'll proactively contact me via what was called Twitter at the time, now X, and say, quote, "You and your reference frames have been ruined with the demonstration of a man bouncing on a trampoline being towed by a tractor, not drifting." So here's an example of it not doing what the globe Earth says it will do. Why would a globe believer tell me how there's no 15 degrees an hour drift? Well, because I've pointed out where there is no 15 degrees an hour drift, as the globe Earth suggests there should be. That person will then relinquish their initial claim in favour of telling me I'm wrong about my reference frames, hence the title Anti-Flat Earther. Now, we've gone, sod those guys, they're irritating. Those are the type of people who'll suggest I jump off buildings, have my balls removed, should have social services sent round to have my kids removed from me, that I shouldn't produce kids at all, that I should be sterilised, that I should have the police sent round, that I should be subject to endless complaints to YouTube, or endless copyright strikes over the 12 years I've been doing it. All of this shit is the kind of stuff that people who don't like the fact that we point out, well, you're supposed to have two reference frames and you just haven't. The proof you suggest for Earth turning isn't being demonstrated. What's that? We shouldn't see it. We've only got one reference frame. Yeah, get lost. I'd rather deal with people over here. This guy, Wayne, is from a channel called The Mapping Company, and he takes delight in sniffing his own farts as he tells his audience, with disclaimers about how boring he perceives his own information to be, about the millimetre accuracy that the Ordnance Survey have measured Earth and the topographical land deviations from an ultimate reference frame called sea level. How high or low the land is in respect to this horizontal plane of reference called sea level has been measured to the millimetre. That's his rhetoric. We come along and go, here you go. Don't need these anti-flat earthers telling us how their globe rhetoric is relinquishable because we've shown how it doesn't work. This guy's just showing how Earth is measured flat. What do I get as a result? A copyright strike. Okay, so then I have to go through the wrangle-dangle of dealing with a copyright strike. Once that's been dealt with, he then engages in anti-flat Earth discussions about how North is, according to him, generally the top of Earth. No, it isn't. North is a direction that you'll describe in a degree horizontally with azimuth, something that I've contacted him with, and said, you, Wayne, should make a video about how azimuth, horizontal in orientation terms for north, is, according to him, quote, generally the top, because my needle has been shown to deviate from horizontal after levelling. Okay. So what he has effectively become is just one of those fart-sniffing Batman T-shirt wearing wankers who like putting in copyright strikes, making complaints, sending the police round, calling social services on me. That sort of thing. Again, as much as I've said in my email response to him, you should make a response about how the hell you can detail North as being the top of anything when I've got a diagrammatical example of azimuth and altitude. The altitude angle describes whether or not something's at the top of anything, and the azimuth is the directionality in a degree format, incapable of describing the top. Not only is this wrong, it's got a fallacy named after it. It's called the fallacy of false direction, where you, in mapping, specifically attribute the top to vertical orientation when detailing a horizontal orientation with north, south, east, and west. It's literally got a fallacy detailed after it, right? But in my exuberance, let's call it for the sake of entertainment, I say, lest you be called a coward, Wayne, from the Map Reading Company YouTube channel, you will respond and justify your incorrect, fallacious reasoning about north being the top of something. In reality, to get to my point, I don't care. Like, I couldn't care less. If somebody never mentioned his name a moment ago to ask me this, I wouldn't care. I'm not going to be chasing him up going, you coward. You've made suggestions that I deal with my magnetic field lines and in affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy, which I have done at his suggestion. Now, why aren't you following my suggestion and detailing how north's the top of something? We already know he's wrong. He's a dipshit. Now, what we will do is ascribe Thunderfoot's gas go down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash when he pours in a bunch of bouncy balls to a fish tank to suggest that gas behaves like solids. What we will do is ascribe this generally going down or bottom of the fish tank for the gas particles to the notion of gas go down, go boom, boom. So gas go south, go boom, boom, says Wayne from the Mapping Channel. But he served my purpose. I've made a show about him. Yesterday's show. You can go listen. I read out my email to him in response. Now, once I've done that, it becomes useful to me. I've then generated ad revenue from Wayne at the Mapping Company. But ultimately, as I said in the show, he goes from being a reasonably amiable guy to the bottom of the pile scumbag like that in an instant. I don't give a shit. Get lost. I don't care. I'm not going to be watching his show to see if he makes responses. I'm not going to be chasing him up, demanding responses, unless it's for the sake of entertainment or education, as is the case with yesterday's show. In yesterday's show, I can detail how azimuth and altitude work when referencing Earth when we measure it. Very useful. Flat Earth prerequisites are in abundance. I can detail them to an audience, and I can hopefully feed my kids. Obviously not if I've got copyright strikes from the same man. That will impede my ability to feed my children. Now, my outrage needed to be expressed, and I can, as I said yesterday, weaponize my outrage and turn it into education. That can be done, right? I know my monsters. I know I'm weak because I'm poor. That's it. Now, my weakness can be turned to my own advantage. My outrage can turn into an entertainment of sorts that's educational. Several people have contacted me off the back of yesterday's show and not only said what an outstanding show it was, but have actually suggested that I go on their shows to talk about it. Yeah? Now, that might be the case. You'll see me on a couple of different people's platforms talking about specifically Wayne, because it's obviously lit a fire under a couple of people's ass when they've gone, oh my God, azimuth, north, south, east, west, they only function horizontally. Yeah. It wasn't ever in dispute. For the last 12 years, all we've done is whistle past all flat Earth prerequisites that are required when measuring Earth. Now, that doesn't mean that they weren't prerequisites that were required for flat Earth measuring. That's just how Earth is measured. Not just to suggest that you're on a flat plane, quite the contrary. They were ignored for the last 12 years. That is to say, over on this side of the discussion, there's ball, whether or not it's got 15 degrees an hour of drift as we turn underneath as a second reference frame, / you and your reference frames are ruined, and the person saying the globe that you say we're on has no evidence of spin. Now, both of those arguments are geared around global thinking or global debunking. Now, those have been put into a science category because we're talking about the world as a sphere moving in a heliocentric motion around the sun that you were taught in science class. Now, the fact that that isn't science, it's not establishing the cause of a natural phenomena through systematic experimentation based on a hypothesis after establishing both an alternative, that's a suppositional causal influencer, and the effect that you're studying, and a null hypothesis alongside it. That's a zero difference result, so that you can vary and manipulate a presumed causal influencer to see if it does actually cause the effect or not, offering empiricism. Talking about worlds that fly around suns is not science, but it's been put over here in the science category, so you can argue about whether or not that, in isolation, is correct. Now, to have this section of a world that believes we have a spherical surface to move around the sun requires something that's completely separate: geography. How do we achieve a world to argue about its sphericity? Well, we must measure Earth flat to achieve it. Things like north, south, east and west must hold true to develop a system. For instance, looking at the sun and measuring from a flat plane its altitude angle. Developing systems like latitude with respect to a star called Polaris, all of which requires you fundamentally understand how to measure an angle from a flat plane. Now, once you've got that information from a flat Earth measurement, you can create a ball, incorrectly ascribe it to science, and then have everybody who argues about whether or not we're on a ball ignore the geographical facts that are used to create it. Then both, I'll keep them their original titles, globe believers and flat earthers alike can all ignore how flat Earth gets measured and just focus on whether or not we're on a ball. Therefore, geographers, map makers, builders, surveyors, people who navigate the oceans or skies can all go about their daily business measuring Earth flat without a care in the world. The only problem with that is when we come to someone like Wayne, who's over on this side, the geography side, and go, here you go, here's a guy measuring Earth flat. That person is immediately descended into virus. I'm not going to deny that it's as a consequence of what we do. They're plunged into cognitive dissonance. That's an incongruence with their preconceived notions that they were on a ball over here in science land, separate from the geography. No, it's not. These two things are very much intertwined. In order to have a ball belief in a science category error, you need to measure Earth flat to achieve it. Now, what we're doing is smashing these two worlds together, much to the disdain and dismay of so-called normies like Wayne. Now, that just means that he will descend down a slippery slope into a science category. Now, it's no surprise that I was informed. Again, I'm not watching this guy. I couldn't give a crap. I've used him for a single reference on a video that had 800 views that ended up getting me a copyright strike on a channel with almost 10 million views. That's how this works. We point out how flat Earth is measured, I get a copyright strike. That's how it works, right? We point out there's no Coriolis effect, I get the police sent round. We get to pointing out how there's no geometric horizon on a sphere, and I get social services sent round. That's how it works. Now, that's just our lot in life. I can smile about it, because that's the reality of this situation. But up until now, the people on the geography side did get away with measuring Earth flat without a care or leave. It didn't matter to them. They could still, without recognising their own cognitive dissonance, believe that the world was spherical because there was no connection until now. Now, I am going to bring that connection to the world. The connection that says, without flat Earth prerequisites and measurements, you don't have a ball to believe in. Now, that's not a pie-in-the-sky statement that's outrageous. It's a stone-cold fact. And I don't care how many people from this side of the fence descend into the madness of cognitive dissonance because their preconceived religious belief in a ball is challenged by their own adherence to flat Earth measurements. I don't care. You can suffer your cognitive dissonance without me worrying about it. The facts that Earth is and can only be measured flat will still be identified with me as long as I'm capable. Obviously, I've got to dodge the police reports, the YouTube reports, the social services reports, the suggestions that I should be jumping off tall buildings measured accurately to the millimetre off sea level for their altitude. You know, I can do what I do whilst dodging and ducking and weaving between scumbags and their scummy behaviour. And, unbeknownst to me at the time, even normies who absolutely unequivocally measure Earth flat will still tell you, whilst teaching people for money, that North is represented with a degree horizontally for azimuth, but simultaneously represents the top of Earth. Yeah, those people will enter in cognitive dissonance once it's pointed out how flat they are measuring Earth. Because that's what this religious belief in a ball does to people. Sends them into cognitive dissonance, where they previously deferred their heliocentric knowledge to a greater power beyond their control because it was too cognitively expensive, and they believed incorrectly that separate to that was their measurements of Earth's surface level, sea level, eye level, North. Those two worlds, once they smash into each other, just cause them pain. And what do when they experience that pain? They want me to experience the pain. Oh, this is very painful, me appreciating that the world that is measured is flat. But there's a ball that we all definitely do live on moving around the sun still. North's the general top of the world. Really? You believe that? Yeah, and I think you should have a copyright strike. That's what I suffer, and have suffered for 12 years. But it doesn't mean that I now care about these individuals. There's plenty of other people who also measure Earth flat, because that's how Earth is and can only be measured, and always will be. So who gives a crap if somebody who's got a mapping channel, he's not the Ordnance Survey, he hasn't measured Earth. It's just some numpty making money off people, scamming them with his religious belief now in tow about how North is not functional in an azimuth, because his religious beliefs got in the way of what he's taking money for. Now that's resulted in me calling him a fraud, because it's a fact. You want to suggest that North's the top of something, I'll call you a fraud and a scammer. Now you can relinquish that and say I was wrong. I now understand the error of my ways, but I don't care. I don't need Wayne to concede anything. Do you think Wayne conceding to how wrong he was about how North is the top of something will change what North is? No. Now again, I'll point this out after the fact. Wayne is utterly inconsequential to Earth and its flat measurements. He was utilising those very measurements to make money with, until he became a charlatan and a con man. But now, he's a con man and a charlatan who believes that North is the top because of my ball and my magnetic field lines, and my gas go down, south, go boom boom, because he's a claimed to be scientist now, just means he's gone from geography to science. It isn't science, but that's where he finds himself. Good. Piss off and join the rest of the Batman t-shirt wearing wankers we call anti-flat earthers. So we can stop caring about you and move on to somebody else who measures Earth flat, because everybody who measures Earth measures it flat.
So if I'm in the woods and I'm holding a compass and I want to, find north, I'm looking for the needle to break through and point up?
No. No, needles on compasses are levelled so that you can ascertain a directionality that you can describe with an azimuth with a degree. Horizontal. It's just fact.
Also, it'll point in a direction, but that direction will not be straight up.
Absolutely not. It can't be. It's horizontal. Azimuth is horizontal.
So now if I'm in the same wooded area, right, and I want to go south, is that needle going to break through my compass and start pointing down?
But the level compass?
You better get your...
No.
Sorry, Nick.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying you better get your shovel out, Neil.
That means do these people hear what they're saying?
No, but it sounds embarrassing when someone like me comes along and goes, well, according to your incongruent rhetoric with actual measurements of Earth's surface, you're suggesting that south is generally down. Okay, so do gas particles go south? Is that what they're doing? No, it sounds really ludicrous when we connect these two things together. That's the assertion that generally north is descriptive with the top or bottom of Earth. Not always, but generally. End quote, Wayne from the mapping company, right? And then ultimately connecting that to his assertion that gases are pulled down with gravity? No, they're not. Gases are unbonded, move in all directions, and are produced from ground level and go up. Like to the top of Everest where there's no vegetation to produce gases. How did they get there? Were they going down? No. They certainly weren't going south, were they? And gravity is alleged to be a force? No, not for 111 years it's not been. But again, if you haven't gone through the science system in terms of the education that they want you to believe in, belief being the operative word, because bent geodesics in a fourth dimensional space-time aren't pulling gases. It's just the newfangled Einsteinian rhetoric that overcomes the fact that gases aren't attracted to one another. The idea that mass attracts mass would be the notion that gases with mass are attracted to the centre of a sphere Earth. It's sphere rhetoric. Out-of-date sphere rhetoric. Superseded by bent geodesics in a space-time pseudo-geometry invented by a man named Einstein. That's got no force attached. I dished out a load of quotes yesterday from Michio Kaku, Professor Brian Cox, and George Musa, editor of Scientific American, that make it explicitly clear that gas isn't being pulled by anything. Now, you don't need to overcome a rhetoric of gravity to know how gas behaves. Just release some from your person. And does it form puddles? Is it going down? No. But we have a higher concentration of gas at ground level because that's where it's produced. Like there's a higher concentration of stinky farts at the point that it's released from your body at the point where it's produced. But it does still dissipate in all directions. It's not going down. It certainly isn't going south generally. But that kind of idiocy is what you will engage in to reaffirm your previously deferred to a higher authority belief in sphericity. While meanwhile, you can still charge for telling people how north is acquired horizontally. Yeah, north is acquired horizontally. That's what north is.
See, me and One Deck were talking about this yesterday, and that should be the moment where the penny drops when you put it the way you put it. So you're saying south is down. Am I right, One Deck? This is where the penny should drop.
Yeah, I mean, we've all been saying it, listening to Nathan for the last 10 minutes. It's just the way Nathan explains it and puts it out there. I can totally understand what he's saying, and it just sounds ridiculous that these people are coming out with this terminology and not understanding when we point out their errors, they're not understanding it.
I mean, without having a go at you guys, that's something that I see as a character flaw in you guys, right? And you can only take this as me moaning at you, but sorry, right? You shouldn't care, right? You're saying that should be the moment that the penny drops. I don't care. I literally couldn't care less if Wayne understands how flat Earth is measured. I can still reference him, can't I? I can still detail how a map uses a horizontal scale, and if necessary go to one of his videos that details explicitly how flat scales on maps are, or, as we've already done, how flat Earth is measured with millimetre accuracy with respect to sea level, axiomatically requiring Earth be flat to detail that measurement. Whether or not he as an individual holds a sphere belief is inconsequential. From the same perspective, when we were originally covering it, Jin came on the show and says, yeah, but he still believes it's a sphere. Like, so? What's that got to do with the price of eggs? The fact that this person might believe in Allah doesn't change his flat measurements. The fact that this person believes in a different religion of heliocentrism doesn't change his flat measurements. So I don't care what they believe. You can believe whatever you like. You want to believe that there's pink unicorns flying around in the sky, but you also measure Earth flat and make a living from it. Do I care? The two things are not connected. Yeah, it doesn't make any difference whether or not this person has a religious belief. And after we've utilised their measurements of Earth being flat, as they absolutely unequivocally are, the fact that someone can turn around and say, but this person's now demonstrating their incongruence with stupid statements about where north generally is. So, does it change what the compass does? No. Does it change how the ball is based on these flat measurements? No. Does their cognitive dissonance affect you in any way? No. So why should it be the point that the penny drops? For them. Who cares if the penny drops?
Hold on a sec. Nathan, you're describing something that's obvious to a duck. So when the penny don't drop, that makes me wonder, what is his malfunction?
Why? What's in it for you? What's in it for you if you figure out what that malfunction is? If you figure out how he is malfunctioning, isn't it? Can you hear me talking? If you figure out how he's malfunctioning, is he a tool that you need? And its usefulness as a tool of measurement of Earth's flat surface when surveyed to the millimetre accuracy has and still is as useful as it was when we acquired from him initially. But the malfunctioning brain in this one individual is inconsequential to you. If you fix him, yeah, what does that achieve? It's the same but opposite to the rhetoric I was trying to communicate to Jin. Okay, so what do you want to achieve? So you managed to wake someone up to the flat Earth. It was measured flat anyway. You having them now on board, they didn't need to be on board for North to be horizontal, did they? So what difference does it make?
No. See, you're missing it. We're not trying to get him on board. It's just funny to me how when something is as plain as the freaking number 7 and you're still not getting it, it's just... to me, it's fun to look at it and be like, I don't understand what it's going to take, but this has been explained. It's been simplified, and people still ain't getting it. So I don't know. Strange to me, but I guess the religion has to be guarded.
I gotcha, but that's the incongruence with what I'm currently putting out as my rhetoric as an individual, it would seem, right? Because everybody else seems to be deeply concerned with how people view the information. My attitude is completely the opposite to that. What difference does it make if you understand this? If you assess it? And the answer is it doesn't. It doesn't matter if you understand this. I mean, likewise, I have to take that on my chin and go, it doesn't matter if I get it. I am inconsequential to the facts in the matter. Yeah? Now, I'm a YouTuber and I want to produce YouTube content, so I don't want my panel to not talk about this. This is the show. We're doing it right now, and it's wonderful. I've got a job that most kids, admittedly, are jealous of and want to be. People want to be a YouTuber and produce content. People don't want to understand and appreciate how flat Earth gets measured, and most normal people don't care about heliocentrism. So those two things are like, who cares? But to produce YouTube content, there's got to be this discussion. Therefore, your, Neil, in this instance, concern for why the, quote, penny hasn't dropped is a fantastic discussion point for a YouTuber making YouTube content. But from my perspective, when I think about the subject, it is inconsequential. If you don't understand, if you don't want to accept, or if you brace against the flat Earth measurements, none of it will be consequential to the flat Earth measurements. You as an individual and me as an individual are utterly inconsequential when it comes to Earth and how it's measured.
Agreed. Totally agree with that. None of us are. It's always flat. It's always been flat. It's been given to us flat, and we deal with it from there. But don't forget, the guy has a large influence, and the world is indoctrinated to the fact that we live on a globe that don't exist. And when people are putting out videos like he's putting out, and then you give a response to it, the response is sneered at, but the map guy is still flourishing. There's a problem here.
No, the only problem is how poor I am. Well, I've done something about that. I mean, that's not been without its turmoil as well. So in terms of me moaning about my failures and weaknesses, which are poverty-driven, all I can do is try and proactively do something about that. Now, I have done. I've spent the last couple of years writing a book, which will be published soon. I haven't heard from my publisher in about a week and a half, but I don't want to start fretting about it. He's doing what he's doing, and I'm sure he'll get back to me eventually. But within, I don't know, might be a week, might be a month, who cares? At some point, I'll alleviate my own financial concerns. But again, my financial concerns are not tied to how many people appreciate how flat Earth is measured, or more importantly, how flat Earth is measured. These two things are not connected, but you're tying the two things together. How dare this guy who has no influence over how flat Earth gets measured get away with putting out flat Earth measurements and then suggesting that he still lives on a ball with north at the top of it? Who cares? Doesn't have any bearing on me. There's loads of YouTubers out there that have got a greater following, greater number of subs, greater number of views, more popular, of more influence. But I, as an influencer, have no bearing, no pun intended, on how flat Earth is measured. Just go and look at the measurements and you'll see how flat it is. Did you need Nathan Oakley to convince you? No. Because I've told you and you're unconvinced. Does that change them? No. You going out and saying, I'm wrong about how horizontal a mile is. Will that change how much money is in my bank account? No. What will is how much content I put out. How likeable I am as an influencer. How much YouTube suppress me, how much other people brace against flat Earth measurements. None of these things have any consequence on Earth and its measurements. Now I can bleat and moan all day about how other people who do adhere to a heliocentric rhetoric do financially better than me. But why? I sound like a bleating old woman, don't I? I could moan about how, in the process of writing my book, two thieving bastards came along and offered help and then stole my material from me, causing me to start a scratch. I mean, I could moan about it and bleat about it, but why would I? I'll just put out my book, people will hopefully buy it, it'll hopefully alleviate my financial concerns, and I'll get on with my day. Now, the people who've stolen from me will have to spend the rest of their time justifying how they've come up with material that's been gone over on this particular platform thousands of times, and say that it's theirs after stealing it. Now, again, that's their punishment. But I don't care. I've detached myself from people who've tried to steal from me. It's not the first time it's happened in my lifetime, and it probably won't be the last. But how you deal with your lot in life has no bearing on Earth's flat measurements. Have we really been going for 40 minutes? My God, time flies when you're having fun, doesn't it?
You're cooking right now. Keep going.
I generally run out of steam after about 40 minutes. It's normally about the point that if I were on my own, this would be where I'd be rounding out my live show. If there was no panel, right, Flat Earth debate shows would be about 40 minutes long. This is where I'd go, well, that's about all I've got to talk about for today. See you again tomorrow. What else do you want to talk about? We've got 20 minutes left.
Shall I just
Ed?
keep my mouth shut, Neil?
You can still talk about whatever you like, right? It doesn't mean that you have to temper your discussion points. You can talk about whatever you want, right? As much as I'm saying it's inconsequential, if there's something that specifically is, you know, cause for concern or cause for discussion, feel free.
What's bothering you, CC?
Oh, you know, the bringing up, you know, the betrayers and their projection from yesterday, and Mr. Fart sniffing a narcissist and his actions. Shall I go there?
Oh, you know what? I was thinking about it, and the best thing to do is just freaking let it go. Nathan's going to release his book. Everybody knows what the story is. And
so
if people are going to be persuaded by his stupid bullshit that he wrote 75% of the housekeeping questions is one of the clips I got, or that he taught Nathan everything he knows, and that he and Nathan together built the channel Ballbusters, and that he only made $30 from the Ballbusters. Meanwhile, he's getting super chats, so stop the lying. What's it going to benefit us? They're going to forever have to spin how they did not steal Nathan's book, that it belonged to them. So let them have fun.
The main thing to think about is that when someone does ask for the truth or what was the deal, that we calmly explain what we know to our best ability, or say, "Oh, talk to Nathan." Yes. But basically explain it to them. If they then make a choice to not believe it, or to go to the other camp and chat about it and stuff like that, that's on them.
Right. We got to treat it like the ball believers, right? If you still believe in a ball, after all the information that Flat Earth has put out, you want to remain a baller? Okay, that's fine. Have a nice day. It should be the same with this. And believe me, it irks me. I heard some of the stuff they said. It bothers me because truth is being freaking manipulated and they're trying to rewrite history. But what's it going to benefit? Nathan will put out his book and Nathan don't have to explain anything. He just has to release his book.
Yeah, just the Lord protect you, Nathan, on that part, because now the little deceiver now pushed through with his copyright.gov little registration now with it. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. He's got a copyright thing that everything belongs to him, and that if you use it, you're in trouble. Well, thank God Nathan wrote a really, really good book. When they pushed him and tried to rob him, all it did was get him pissed off, got together with his wife, and wrote a wonderful book about the journey of flat earth debate. That's what the book is about.
And once again, I'm comforted by the fact that I know a little bit about copyright law, and there's nothing to worry about. He's just copyrighting whatever words he's written in his book, and as long as there's nothing directly quoted for a long extent in any other book or material, then there's no claim. So it's just a little scare tactic, and it gives him a little comfort.
Well, he did read out something that you wrote, Nathan, but this was before the betrayal. How you wrote, it will not and cannot be surpassed in terms of its quality, the highest of refinement, the highest of standard, and you name the book. You go on and you give praise to thanks to the editing process of Adam and QE, but you named the book Welcome to Flat Earth, the Ultimate Flat Earth Reference, and he's claiming that belongs to him. So, it's just, this is all before the betrayal. Yeah, we were saying great things because we were all friends, right? And that's the part that I don't get, where you're missing it. Yeah, I was pissed off when I went on freaking 24/7 and tried to shame your stupid ass. But it looks like I cared about the friendship more than you, because you couldn't give a shit about it, right? So
he's a narcissist clown, and he demonstrates it with his fruits yesterday. All right, I'll put myself on mute.
But like I say, they're gonna forever have to spin the fact that no, Nathan stole the material.
Yes. Take that and put it in your tuchus. How it's your intellectual property, you delusional muppet. All right,
Wait. This was called Flat Earth Debate, and the housekeeping questions were formulated on the show called Flat Earth Debate, not Ball Busters. Oh, by the way, a show created by Nathan Oakley, handed over to the Quantum Eraser.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was handed over to him, right? So he can get all the revenue from it, meaning super chats, general jerk off. Let's stop. Let's really stop. Change the subject.
I don't mind.
bottom line.
I said in the pre-show, right? There's a crappy story that's been peddled, and ultimately speaking, what is Duper's delight? Well, it's the ability for a narcissist to gaslight others and have others believe their bullshit. Now, when it's incongruent with reality, then that gives the narcissist deceiver great pleasure. Look, check it out. I lied to them and they're totally buying it. They love it. Well, what does that mean for us? Well, nothing. I've detached myself from these narcissists because I don't want to be involved with people who are stealing from me. But there's others around them that are taken in. Well, you are being gaslit for the pleasure of a narcissist. But that's great because it means that we can identify those people. It's like you are easily deceived. You have been taken in by somebody gaslighting you. This obviously incongruent with reality story has been approved by you if you're taken in by it. But what does that really mean? It means you're stupid. That's all it means. Yeah? Now, as I said in the pre-show, like, okay, so let me get this straight. The story is, I'm writing a book and I create hangouts for people who've offered me help to create their book in my hangout on my time because I'm really poor. Yeah, that's right. I've got loads of time to dedicate to two men who aren't struggling financially to create a second book on my time in my hangout in my company. What's that? I didn't do anything. It's actually all my fault. She had it coming. She got a punch in the face, but it's because of her own actions. Yeah, that's the kind of person that's taken in by that. When some narc tells you she had it coming, and you go, yeah, you're right. What a bitch. She deserved it. If you're taken in by that, more fool you. But it's good that you are, because it means we can identify you quickly and go, okay, we don't want you around us. Because you're as dangerous as they are. You're easily gaslit. Nobody wants to be around those people. Now, for those people, if you're like, oh, no, I'm not easily gaslit, you don't need to defend whether or not you are. We can see that you are when you're taken in by some bullshit story. Now, the reality of all of this is simple, right? Now, I've said this 100 times if I've said it once, right? Two people who I considered friends enveloped me in trust, offered assistance, and then stole from me. They were then rejected from a group. Now, for one of them, it's not the first time it's happened. That one particular individual's been rejected from several groups. Yeah, so there's an ongoing pattern of people rejecting that particular individual from social groups. Well, what do you want? They've got a pattern of being rejected from groups, yeah? Now, again, if you want to be taken in by that particular individual, more fool you. I've rejected them. Now, I will also reject people who empathise with their plight as they spin a gaslit story that's incongruent with the reality. What is the reality? I created a book, two people offered to help me with it, and then they've decided that that's their book. That's the reality. It is really basic. It's really simple. Now, if you want to believe that I would create a hangout space that's created to edit my book in, because I want to help two people who are not financially struggling create a second book with the exact same content in it, then you're stupid. It's just that simple. You can be taken in by that. As I said again in the pre-show to Neil, if you've stolen a car and people go, you never had this car, then the person who's stolen it will have to justify why they've got it over and over and over and over again. No, it was always my car. In fact, that person never had a Ferrari. I was only in their garage building my car. I see. So someone who asked you... Let's get that correct. Somebody you offered to help with their Ferrari never had a Ferrari. In fact, there were two Ferraris. Yeah? And you were helping them with their Ferrari at the same time that you were making a second Ferrari in their company. Of course, that makes total sense. If you're a retard. Now, as I say, if you're taken in by the people who've stolen from me, then you are a retard. And I'm glad that you are taken in by it, because it means you're easily identifiable as stupid. Good.
Well, don't forget that they're spinning it like after when they got to chapter 4, it was such a mess that they said we need to start from scratch. Then they started from scratch, so therefore it's a whole new book, and they wrote it. Oh, my goodness.
Yes, because that sounds normal. Yes, it sounds perfectly reasonable. That's why I would support two men who don't need financial help, who had no intentions of writing a book, to write a second one in my company. That makes perfect sense. Yeah? Can you help me with this Ferrari? No, what I'm actually going to do is build a second one alongside it with the parts that you've got on yours because that's reasonable. That's their story. Again, if you're taken in by this complete tribe, you are just stupid. You are easily gaslit. And I am pleased. Because as I say, it means you are easy to identify as stupid. And we don't want stupidity surrounding us. So it's very easy for us to say, go away. No, I don't want you to tell me how you understood it. I couldn't give a shit, right? I have been stolen from by two people who conned me. What's a con? It comes from the word confidence. I was given confidence in two people who pretended to be my friends when they offered to help me with my book. What's that? There's a second book? Okay, yeah, like I say, easily gaslit. Bye-bye. Yeah, you're easily deceived and you don't deserve to be in our company. Here, we're at the tip of the spear and we expect the people around us at the tip of the spear to have a certain degree of intelligence. Now, if you're taken in by some cock and bull story that is incongruent with reality, but it makes sense to you, yeah, of course somebody really poor trying to edit their book so they can make some money would tolerate someone else in the exact same space writing a second book about the same thing. That makes total sense to me. Yeah, good. Go away. You're too stupid to be here. Good. I am glad these gaslighters have enveloped the stupid people of this group so they can be separated from us also like they were. Good.
Correct. And they try to say that I left the conversation before I got the full story, therefore makes me ignorant. Why would I need to stick around for the full story when I was there for all the editing sessions? I knew what was going on. No, I was not door dashing, Flaxy. You were not there half the amount of time as I was there. You came in later for punctuation and things like that. Okay? I know the story. You got duped by the bullshit. Neil didn't. And that's the situation.
Let's not forget about Brian and the third book that he was saying he'd been writing for 10 years about bloody housekeeping, because obviously Brian started his 2 years before everyone else, as with everything else. But, it's funny how they've been quiet about that his book doesn't exist anymore. The one that he stated was about housekeeping. I found that quite funny.
Yeah, he's a secret enemy all along, even out of his own mouth. I'll chill.
Well, at least he stepped in when Flatsy said that and said, "No, that's not." Neil was there. I don't know if he was there for all of them, but he was there way more than I was there. Because they make it sound like, Brian was there all the time, Flatsy was there the entire time. That's not how it went. She came in later, and it was for freaking grammar and punctuation. Those two jerk-offs were there to edit a book. Go look up what an editor is. All right? That's what they were doing. They were editing the story of Flat Earth Debate. Adam wasn't writing a damn thing. Everything took place on Flat Earth Debate. Everything. They complain about who they were before Flat Earth Debate. You were a nobody.
But did you
and
say
they
that
say, well, who am
Flatsy...
I? I'm a nobody too, but people
did you
know
say
me
that...
from Flat Earth Debate.
Sorry to interrupt. Did you say this was Flatsy suggesting something other than me being stolen from? I'd just read Flatsy's words to me. I'm not sure how to respond to this. It was my understanding that they were all volunteering to help you for your book. I'm fine doing that. I don't need anything in return. I'm just shocked. End quote. Flatsy Klein. What's that, Flatsy?
Oh yeah, GJ. Those are the hounds. Yeah, you wanna go there.
But maybe Flatsy's changed a tune. You will burn in hell, Flatsy. Shall I read out what your words were again to me? It was my understanding they were all volunteering to help you for your book. End quote, Flatsy Klein. May you burn in hell, Flatsy.
Well, she's going to claim at that time that was before the phone call, and she didn't have the full story.
Sorry. It was before they started gaslighting her. Yeah. Yeah, before the gaslighting, she thought the lamps were off. But now they've explained that she must have turned the lamps on. So now she understands differently. Her position, that's Flatsy's position, that she was under the understanding that they were helping me, has changed now that they've given them a lot of that. Yeah, glad you're not here anymore at the tip of the spear, Flatsy. Easily deceived and easily gaslit. Yeah? What's that? She had it coming. She deserved the punch in the teeth. Yeah. Yeah, that's what gaslighting is. People like Flatsy are easily influenced by narcissistic gaslighting. She understood they were helping me. Yes, that's because that's what they said they were doing when they were helping me edit my book. Well, no, they weren't. They were building a second book in my Hangout on my time for my benefit that they were helping me with, as Flatsy understood, end quote. No, they've explained differently. They were building a second Ferrari on my time in my garage. Of course, that makes total sense. Yeah, glad you're not here anymore, Flatsy. May you burn in hell alongside the people who've stolen from me.
She claims you were off, you were playing video games, you weren't even paying attention. Half the time you weren't there, which is not true. But anyway, it's funny because Brian, and he keeps bringing that up, Nathan, how he put the freaking hypothetical to you and you agreed with the hypothetical that if it was done differently, that you would look like the bad guy. I mean, we're not talking about hypotheticals here. I hated that from the beginning, and I still hate it now. Because he says, yeah, Nathan agreed with me.
Right, hypothetically, if things were done differently, I'd be the bad guy. Yeah, and if my mum had wheels, she'd be a bicycle.
Well, this is how they're spinning it. So what are you going to do? When Nathan will come out with his book and nothing
I've already done
said,
it. What am I going to do? I'll answer that. I know it was rhetorical. I'll answer that. What will I do? Well, there's a couple of choices. I could have said, oh, well, what's that? You're going to demand and extort co-authorship of the book you've offered to help me with because you've decided it's yours now. Oh, okay, fine. Oh, I'll just suffer the losses that you'll now recoup, like you tried to recoup them from the Ballbuster show I was producing and you demanded the money from. Yeah, I could do that. You got one. That was Ballbusters. Took it to QE. What's that? You want the money from my show that I produce? No. Just have it. You produce it. You put the work into it and you can have it. That's one. Second time, I want the book too. No. That's the end. Bye-bye. Get lost. That's the end of this discussion. Well, we're going to produce it anyway. Well, you're just stealing it from me then. Yeah, but we'll tell people that there was a second book produced in your space under your guidance on your time after we offered you help. Okay, now there's going to be stupid people who might have originally appreciated that that's exactly the circumstances that I was offered help with my book, like Flatsy. She understood that they were offering help for me, struggling financially, so that I could produce a singular book. But now, no, there was two. Okay, yeah, like I say, and if my mum had wheels, she'd be a bicycle. She's not. They weren't. They offered assistance and then stole from me. But you can be taken in by that. You can believe that they were producing a second book. Yeah, why then, holy fuck, would I sit for endless hours watching two men who've offered me help produce something that will not help me in any way, shape or form? Why would I do that? Again, if you are stupid, you'll be taken in by this gaslighting. And you'll accept it. But that's good. I keep saying it. Good. I am glad we have identified Flatsy as incredibly stupid. Yeah? Because it means that we don't have to be around those people. They're never going to be at the tip of the spear. They're too stupid. Like, literally, I've got a quote saying that she understood that they were offering me assistance with my book. End quote from her. Now she sees it differently. Yeah, like I say, easily taken in by gaslighting.
Did you ever, like when they were editing the book, did they ever say to you from the point where they were editing it that they wanted co-authorship?
No, because they'd have been told what they got told the moment they did suggest that. No. In fact, what was the case, and I've got this 6 ways from Sunday documented, was repeatedly me saying, this is mine. Nobody else will be credited for this. In fact, it was turned into a little joke where I said, you can think that you're getting credit, you can think that you're getting named, but you won't be. That's a spin on George Musa saying, you can think gravity's a force, but it's not a force. Now, me saying that repeatedly is what me saying, yeah, of course you can have co-op. No. Again, gaslighting. Me repeatedly saying, this is mine. And having affirmation from one of the thieves saying, we understand that this is yours. We just want to help you. Yeah, I've got that recorded repeatedly as well. Yeah, but what's that? No, they were actually building a second Ferrari in the same garage. Okay, like I say, if you're easily taken in by people who lie to you, we don't want to be around you. Flatsy Klein being a perfect example of that. She understood that they were offering me help, but now she understands differently. Now she doesn't quite know. Yeah, good job you're over there, away from us.
By any chance, Nathan, do you have that video, his hand, the short he produced, coming straight from Adam's mouth? I think for anyone that hasn't seen it or heard it recently would benefit from that.
I don't have it to hand, and I'm not going to bother. I don't need to justify this. This is something else I said in the pre-show. No offence, Len. I appreciate what you're saying. Back up what you're saying, Nathan. Prove it. I don't need to. I don't need to justify 2,000 shows going over housekeeping questions, do I? If you've got half a brain, you know where housekeeping resides. If you're taken in by gaslighting, you'll believe that 75% of it's produced on a show that literally has never, ever gone through housekeeping. Ever. If you think 75% of it was developed on a show that I originally produced and gifted to somebody who is attempting to get money out of the show I used to feed my kids, because that's where the housekeeping questions were developed, what the flat Earth debate housekeeping questions that have been gone over thousands of times here were developed elsewhere. Keep saying it. I don't need to justify this. I haven't stolen the Ferrari. Don't need to justify why I own a Ferrari, do I? It's mine, I own it. Why would I need to justify it? If someone comes up to me and says, justify your ownership of the Ferrari, I'll just roll my eyes and go, no, I don't need to. But if you've stolen one, you will. You'll always have to justify your theft. And that's what these two narcissists will always do. Correct me if I'm wrong, it's been, 6 weeks since they released the book they purloined from me? Having given it a thin veneer of Betty not being able to keep a man in substitution for my story. The veneer, from what I understand, I haven't read this piece of shit, is so thin, it's untrue. It's really obvious if you've got half a brain. What's happened is a no-name, inconsequential woman who can't keep a man has been superimposed over the top of my story. And then it's been suggested that a show that has literally never covered housekeeping questions is 75% responsible for them. That's what I'm hearing. Sorry, why have you got to put a percentage on how much of the housekeeping questions are yours? Only 75%, eh? Really? Where did the other 25% come into the equation? Was it on the 2,000 shows that they were repeated here by me from these lips at the start of each show that I talked about them? Yeah, it was. But I don't need to justify what I have done because I've done it. That's my life. Again, it's like holding the keys to the Ferrari and someone going, well, you didn't used to own a Ferrari. How come you've got one now? I always owned a Ferrari. In fact, I built the Ferrari factory.
75% of it, at least.
At 75% of this Ferrari was always mine. Yeah, okay. Like I say, that's their penance. They now have to spend the rest of their time justifying their theft. Now, That doesn't sound like much fun, but it is if you're a narc, because narcs love that. It's called negative narcissistic supply. Most people don't appreciate this when they're being tormented by a narcissist. That individual takes as much pleasure out of gaslighting you and causing you to go bonkers as they do out of getting positive narcissistic supply. Being told how wonderful they are is equally valuable to being told how scummy they are, because they're still being talked about. So this now is effective triangulation. Neil or whoever is being used successfully to triangulate me, because now I'm talking about this, aren't I? Jobs are good and negative narcissistic supply achieved. Just as valuable. Now, when does this situation come to a halt? When we stop talking about it? Yeah? Then there's no narcissistic supply. That's when the narcissist gets angry. Why aren't you talking about me? Doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. It doesn't matter if you're accusing them of a crime or praising them for how wonderful they are. Both are equally valuable as narcissistic supply. That's why people can't quite wrap their head around it. Why is it that they're still engaged with justifying theft? Well, because it's just as valuable to a narcissist. Yeah? The other thing they get out of it is duper's delight. They get to enjoy watching the idiots like Flatsy Klein being convinced of their lie. They really enjoy that, more so than the person that they're stealing from or cheating. The fact that they can convince others that they haven't stolen or haven't cheated, that's even more valuable. That's where they get that big grin. Check it out. I convinced them that they did turn the lamps on. I know they didn't turn the lamps on. I turned them on. But they and the people around them all think they're bonkers. Yeah, mother came round the other day and I told her about how she keeps turning the lamps on and she doesn't even know she's doing it. And the mother believed me! Yeah? That's you, Flatsy. Yeah? You're the mother in this scenario. Yeah? Me, I've walked out. I'm not in the house anymore. But there's still people coming round that are being told that I'm bonkers. Yeah, I know. Eventually, the people in my group will realise this awful truth. That negative narcissistic supply is just as valuable to the narc as positive narcissistic supply. And we're providing it at the moment in spades. But again, like with Wayne, it's a useful teaching tool. Yeah, this is how conspiratorial I am. What are we talking about? We're talking about the pseudoscience of psychology, the DSM, psychopathy, narcissism, narcissistic supply, triangulation, gaslighting, duper's delight. All very interesting things, all very conspiratorial, none of which are linked to the awful truth that most people watching don't want to hear about. That's the Earth's measured flat, in all circumstances. No matter how much I've been robbed, or how much people are taking credit for what I've done in thousands of shows, will alter how flat Earth is. Same as describing how north is the top will not change how flat azimuth is, a horizontal directionality for north is, or how flat Earth has been measured to the millimetre accuracy. None of these things are connected, but if you can merge them, you've got the ability to distract from flat Earth measurements and keep it in the geography section, whilst flat Earth becomes about people stealing books. That's what it becomes about, doesn't it? Jobs are good 'un. How do you achieve that? You bring people into the subject like me. People who talk about narcissism. That's conspiracy. Or subliminal messaging. Or Mandela effect. Or 9/11 truth. Or Sandy Hook. All of these things keep globe versus non-globe as the subject matter nice and separate from how flat Earth gets measured. That's all this is achieving. But I can identify that. And it's useful for you, the audience, to hear it. What's that you say? Narcissism isn't connected to how flat Earth is measured. No. Does that come as a shock? But that's what it needs. It needs me to be very focused on the things that I studied prior to flat Earth. Narcissism in this instance. Yeah? Then nobody's talking about how flat Earth is.
Well, the thing is, I understand exactly what you're saying, and it is true. We are keeping it alive, and there's going to come a point where we need to just shut up about it, no matter how it hurts. I know it bothers you, Cece. I know it bothers you too, Len. It bothers everybody here when they hear the bullshit. But we know the truth. We know what happened. So we should just ignore it and not give him the benefit of his narcissistic ways. What will help is when your book finally hits.
It's a useful tool.
Speaking of that, is there a new release date for that, by the way?
I'm waiting for it. So if you want an update on that, I'm just waiting for my publisher to get back to me. So about 10 days ago, I sent off the final copy of the book and then made 1 or 2 minor revisions, 2 or 3 words, literally. And then I think my wife heard something minor back from him about the title, and we haven't heard anything since. So I assume he's either doing other things or working on it. I doubt he's constantly stressing and fretting about putting out this book. Otherwise, he would have got back to me immediately. But, you know, he's doing what he's doing, and I'm in no particular rush to get it out. It's taken years to produce. So the fact that it's taken a couple more weeks than I would hope, obviously I'd want it out within the hour of sending it to him, but I'm not going to be that person that constantly chases him up. I sent him an email on Monday saying, you know, any idea of the ETA for the book. It's been a couple of days since that email. I haven't heard back from him. But I would assume within the next couple of days he'll at least give me an ETA for when the book will be available. And I'd imagine that the book will be available in the not too distant future. But as far as chasing him's concerned, I'm not too worried. It's off my desk, which is a relief. I've done all the work. My wife and I have finished all the editorial processes. The cover's been produced. I've got a synopsis for the back cover, which will also turn into part of the press release. Once it's actually released, it's just a simple case of putting a link to it below the videos and then going out and touring it and telling people that it's available. Hopefully doing a few interviews with people who will be inclined to, you know, respond to my press release when I send it out and have me on their shows. So that's what will come in the future. But as far as whether or not it's available now, it's not, but it will be shortly. I just don't know when. He hasn't got back to me. But like I say, I only chased him up on Monday and it's Wednesday today. Soon. Anything else? If not, we're going to round out this live.
What's north, my fellas?
What's up? Hey,
What's going
John.
south?
I think Cece wanted to say something.
Go ahead.
Nuts. But yeah, everything's cool beans, Nathan, and the Lord's protecting you. Then yeah, we just move on from these wankers. Shake the dust off our feet. No one gives a crap about your petty little vindictive vitriol and narcissistic crap. You'll just be removed and burnt like the grass.
Cece, what I did pick up on, I don't know if you did, when Jedi asked about, well, when is Nathan's book coming out? I felt their fear. You know, they fear that book coming out.
Oh yeah, he'll just waffle on with something to scoff everyone and throwing everybody under the bus. But you know, if you can just love bomb people like, you know, Flatsy or Betty or Brian or whatever, then all things job are good and with the narcissist. But meanwhile, then you'll wonder why people just cut you off forever after you've just absolutely thrown everybody under the bus.
Wait a second, he didn't get cut off. Wait a second, he didn't get thrown out. He didn't get cut off. He grabbed his stuff and left, according to him.
Yeah, I'm just referring to during his review how, you know, with Theo, you, Jedi, Yoder, you name it, Elijah, yeah, everybody's just getting thrown underneath the bus because that's just par for the course for him from a narcissist. Yeah, and then what, make believe because we actually care that that's something to poke fun at us? You delusional Muppet?
Yeah, Len.
I was just going to comment on these live numbers the other night. It was only like mid-20s watching them, so I think most people know that he's a sack of shit.
Well, yeah. Like I say, when the book comes out, we'll be good. We'll be talking about your book, Nathan, the only book that was ever written in the Hangout.
Any more for any more?
All right, I'll wait till the outro.
I got something to say. I said what's north, and all I got was somebody saying it was going south. Can we not appreciate how awesome that is?
Yeah, that is great. We laughed about it. We were laughing the whole day yesterday about it. We say, what's north? And I'm feeling really south today. Well, after that video, I was feeling very south, but now I'm feeling really north.
Things are looking north, you say? Jolly good.
Absolutely.
Yeah, unfortunately for Wayne from the map reading company, he has become part of our lexicon, which is to say, gas go down, go boom boom will be changed to gas go south, go boom boom, because Wayne from the mapping company has decided to step into the forum of scientific endeavours when describing gas behaviour for barometric pressure and describe north as generally being the top or bottom. Not always, but generally. Again, idiocy from somebody that's entered into cognitive dissonance. But their penalty is to become part of our lexicon when we describe the stupid nonsense that people like Thunderfoot and, in this case, Wayne from the mapping or map reading company have come out with when they try and oppose flat earth measurements. They'll make themselves incredibly stupid. Why? Well, because they're trying to defend their own religious belief. They'd have been better off keeping their mouth shut. Anyway, with that, I'll say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
Just being his suggestions.
Well, that's what I was saying in the video. I was saying, look, everybody's part of the housekeeping questions. They were formulated on FED. Even ballers were part of it. So him taking credit for it. But anyway, let's get on the path and not talking about it no more. That's what we need to do. Just no matter what's being said,
that is the point.
black it out.
Yeah, if Nathan's protected and
That's what I was going for.
The superlative work here, he will be the one with the ace real book that he can sleep peacefully at night.
That's what I was going for when I said what's north. Yeah. I was trying to get it away from that.
Yeah. While he's doing the outro, we could talk about it. But now the outro's over. So, what's south? I mean, what's north?
It is a useful tool, though, so I don't want you guys, as much as I'm saying, look, the sooner you drop giving this individual negative narcissistic supply, the better. That doesn't actually mean I don't want you to talk about it. It is a useful teaching tool. There's going to be certain people who go, all right, that's an interesting characteristic. I experienced that with this other individual 5 years ago, and it never made sense to me. Why, even though they were doing something that was incredibly bad, they still pushed their narrative in spite of it being awful. That made no sense to me. And then people hopefully will listen to today's show and go, so it doesn't make any difference if they're getting praise or being condemned. It offers them the same enjoyment. And you go, yeah, that's right. That's what narcissists thrive on. You know, there wouldn't be Duper's Delight unless they were duping people. Now, to be duping people, they've got to have done something wrong in order to need to dupe people for it. Well, again, most people are familiar with the term Duper's Delight, but it doesn't make any sense what scenario would be required for you to engage in taking pleasure from lying. Normally, it's con men that do that. Well, that's what's this scenario. I've been conned out of something. But now there's a new narrative. Now, what's desired in this instance from the narcissist? Well, for you to argue, for you to correct the gaslighting, because that gives them even more fuel to argue about how you're wrong. Yeah? That's called a smear campaign. But yeah, it's a useful tool.
You just don't understand. It was Betty's book and narration, and Adam and QE were there to just help her along with her flat earth journey. And, UOG's there, like Refracted and Neil, and of course you, Nathan, and Elijah and company that were actually there before I even, you were just there to help them along, and you were just slacking on, your help, and that it was just John Stunge's intellectual property. You just don't understand.
It's funny that you're so lazy, but when he stepped to them because there was months where nothing was getting done and wanted the freaking draft so he can go to work, that's when the shit hit the fan. Yeah, that's how little Nathan did. That when he said, all right, that's it. I got to get this thing going. That's when everything hit the fan. That's when he demanded go off the ship. Funny, right? release the tapes. Maybe you should, Nathan. Release the tapes of the pharmacist. Maybe he needs to go to freaking prison. Believe me, you won't survive.
Yeah, or at least understand what an author is and a editor is, and I don't know what a pronoun is and what a definition is, because yeah, he was having issues with that throughout the whole fiasco yesterday. Yeah, because using words like she, they, and them makes it as though how can I say it? Your dumb Tukas doesn't quite get who you're referring to and want to pretend that it's ambiguity. I wonder who we're referring to here. Let's see if you can rub two brain cells together. The Judas Iscariot camp over there.
Yeah, it's a good name from Judas Iscariot. I agree 100% with that. That's exactly what he did. I even said that, my own familiar friend, because that's what it reminded me of when it happened, where it says in the Psalms, my own familiar friend who I did sup with and dine with and got close to has lifted his heel against me. It's exactly what happened. And forgive me for, thinking that friends meant more to me than to you, because it was painful. It did hurt. It was devastating. And it did rock the community because nobody saw it coming. You were held in high regard, and so was Adam. Now you're just two thieves. Nothing else to say. Thieves and scumbags.
Yeah.
Tell you what,
you have
let
something
me
to
tell you a
stop.
little story. Let me just tell you a little story, right? It's a joke, but you'll get it. There's this guy who's in a bar, and he's getting really drunk, and the guy's like, sees him, and he feels bad for him. He's like, "Why are you drinking so heavy?" Like, "Well, I'll tell you why." He said, "You see that fence row over there?" He said, "I built that fence row. They call me Jacob the fence builder." No. He said, and then see all those trees over there? I planted almost that entire copse of trees. Do they call me Jacob the tree planter? No. But you sleep with one goat.
He didn't get the punchline. You sleep with one sheep.
My sheep take offense to that.
I knew it.
Yeah, you touched home base with Surf Daddy there, John.
I just hate that the good that QE did is going to be eclipsed by this act that he has performed now.
Yep.
And I do not like that being a fact, but it just is.
Well, and that's what he's trying to protect. But there is no protection for it. You stole. You demanded, and you got put in your place, and you got severed from all groups. You said it yourself. And then you lied yesterday when I asked you on the three-way call. When I hung up, I sent you a message, why isn't Nathan on the call? And you said, I did call him, but he hung up on me. But the truth was you hung up on him. All right? So let's get the facts straight. And I was in every session. Every session when it started till it ended. I was there. Yeah, I didn't put much in because you guys glommed it. Anybody tried to say anything else, and you two thieving bastards didn't allow it. But I was there to watch Nathan's back. And you know what I provided? I provided loyalty, something you know nothing about.
Yeah, it's, again, like I say, useful for teaching people. What is a con? Well, it's where you build up confidence in your mark so that they trust you and then offer you something that you then take and keep. That's what con men do. They make you feel confident in them. This comparable, will help you make your book better Your book? No, we were writing our book on your time in your hangouts. Okay. Again, like I say, the very stupid people will be taken in by this con. Me, I'm like, okay, time to cut your losses. There's an idea that most con men work on that's called the sunken cost fallacy. Have you ever heard of this?
Yeah, I remember it, but repeat it.
The sunken cost fallacy is where if you can get somebody to invest heavily enough in something, they will continue to do so because they've already invested heavily. That is to say, if you can get somebody to invest huge chunks of their time with assistance, in this case, help with the book, it means that at the point that they say, well, either you give it to us or you don't get anything. The idea is that because there's been so much time sunk into producing the material, that I would, me being the mark, would have to turn around and go, well, I'll have to keep committing to it. There's no way I'm going to cut my losses. It means that I'll be even more poor. That's how con men operate. They work on the weak. Now, in this case, as I said in the live show, the weakness is poverty. What was the angle that I was conned with? Well, you need help to earn more money. We'll help you. That's the con. And then once there's been enough time elapsed, there's a sunken cost. Time. Yeah? And as a consequence of time, a greater degree of poverty. But I mitigated for that. Now, had I not have sold microphones, there's a good chance that when it came to the point that I was being extorted or attempted to be extorted, I'd have been so poor that I'd have had to concede. Okay, fine. You can have my 12 years worth of work, thousands of shows. You can have that and credit yourself for it. Because I am desperate to keep my mortgage paid. I'm going to get turfed out. Now, because of having gone through this exact process with a narcissist previously, about 15 years ago, I learned the hard way to always mitigate, even when you're perceivably sinking time or money, the cost, basically. When you're doing that, make sure that you're still covering your bases. That's why I sold microphones. So thanks to microphones, when somebody came along and said, you need to give me this, I've gone, no. Because I'd already mitigated for my losses with microphones. That's why I did it. One step ahead of thieving bastards who attempted to extort from me. So I could turn around and say no. Well, the consequence of that is that instead of ascribing stolen valor alongside my name, they just had to go with the narrative that it was always theirs to begin with. Again, only taking in a very small percentage of stupid people. That's all they achieved. Me, I turned around and told them,
like
get
they
lost.
gave you the offer. Sorry. I was saying they made it sound like they gave you the offer and you refused. Like it was all his stuff. I gave him the offer to, this is all yours. You know, you just got to put our names on it too. Like, you know, what's the problem here? You got to be real dumb to buy that shit, boy.
Yeah.
Brian, I'm surprised at you.
The consequences.
You can get a mention in Betty's book.
The consequences, a quick rewrite. Nathan's name's changed to Betty. It's not a story of how I entered into the thousands of shows that had housekeeping discussed on them. It's about how Betty couldn't keep a man. That's a really shitty thin veneer, though, isn't it? And again, unless you're incredibly stupid, you'd see that thin veneer for what it is, a thin veneer over the top of stolen work. Stolen valor. That's it. Betty's become a useful tool. Sounds like so is Flatsy. That's all they're being. Tools. They're being used. Well, fine, you know, allow yourself to be used. People who are strong don't do that. They turn around and go, no. That's what I did.
And Brian. Don't leave out Brian.
Brian's
He's right
a
there
fairly
with them.
standard basic bitch. Flying monkey.
How did Betty feel about them offering you her book, Nathan? Was that brought up?
Oh, Nathan's never had a book. That's what she said. It was never Nathan's book. It was always Kiwi's book.
It was always Betty's story about how she couldn't keep a man, of course, because that's what we were writing together. That's why they had to ask me permission. That's why they asked me for co-authorship, because it was never mine and it was always about Betty. Again, very thin veneer, very obvious bullshit, only accepted by morons. And again, I'm glad, because there are, without being disrespectful, you know who you are if you're listening to this. Yeah, you've just been identified as a moron by us. Now, subtly and surreptitiously, we will just exclude you as well. Now, we might pander to you to a certain degree so that you don't feel bad, but ultimately your exclusion will be the ultimate result if you're taken in or utilised for triangulation by narcissists who've stolen from me. Now, if you want to empathise, sympathise, support those people, yeah, you just be excluded too. Now, maybe you don't care. Maybe you're not interested in being part of this particular group. Maybe you don't care about flat. Well, good. I don't care about you. That's the reality. But half the time, the only reason we identify these people is because they come crawling back, don't they? Yeah? Why would these people, the thieves, still be talking about this? Well, because they're concerned about it, aren't they? Now, I, like with everything, will be and always have been reactive to this stuff. I'm not proactively chasing these people. I'm not proactively trying to poison the well or muddy the waters or create narratives or tell stories or justify my own property. I'm not doing any of those things. Reactively, I can deal with these things and turn them into examples about narcissism or spin them into flat earth prerequisites and how we're distracting from the reality of the world that's measured flat with things like narcissism and theft. But that's just a means to an end. Reactively, I can do that. But I'm never going to proactively need to justify what I have done. It's there. Look at the show number. What are we on? 2,500 and something shows. Like, again, you've got to be pretty stupid to not recognise what's going on. And that's good. You get to be identifiable easily by who you associate with. Now, it might be that you just don't care. But again, I don't really want to surround myself with people who have absolutely no concern for my well-being. I like to be around people who I care about and that care about me. That's how it should be. That's what friendship means. Now, people go, well, I don't particularly care that you've been stolen from. I'm just here for the lols. I'm here for the entertainment. Okay, good job you've identified yourself as that then, because it means that I don't want to be around you. I like what we do here. I like the group that's created. And I keep saying this, the penalty is to be excluded from that group. Now, for some, they don't care. Good. I don't care either. I don't care if you're not part of this group that's been established through literally thousands of shows that have taken place daily, where we have discussed housekeeping questions to the point where they've been created, formulated, discussed, repeated thousands of times by me, and then eventually discarded. You want my old shit, do you? Of course you do. Yeah, even the stuff that I'm discarding and making redundant, people still find value in. It's like, do you remember, if you're a European, you'll probably remember a car called the Astra. Yeah? Well, the Astra, I think it was called the Cadet in some European countries. This car was around for years. And when it was eventually discontinued by GM, or Vauxhall as it's called here in the UK, or Opel over in Europe, there was a Korean, I think, manufacturer called Daewoo that bought the rights to produce the exact same car. Now, GM, they didn't need that car anymore. You know, they've got a subsidiary company over in Korea that can manufacture a car under a different name to keep it alive when their useful exploitation, if you want to call it, of this particular design was concluded. They don't have a use for it anymore. Well, it's like that here. We don't have a use for housekeeping questions anymore. They've been made surplus to requirements, redundant. But that doesn't alter the fact that people who want to steal from me have seen value in that. Not only have they seen value in it, they want to claim it as their own. Like, okay, it doesn't alter history. You know, there's literally thousands of examples of me repeating those housekeeping questions. But the spin is that those housekeeping questions were developed on a platform that they've never even been voiced once. Again, good. The stupid amongst us are easily identifiable when they're taken in by this nonsense. Good. That's what you want. You want to be able to quickly identify the stupid people if you're at the cutting edge. Because what are they really doing? Well, they're holding us back, aren't they? Like, oh, right, I didn't realise you were completely stupid. Oh, good job we know now. What's that? You feel that it's worthy of discussion? No, we've already made these housekeeping questions redundant. And the people who've stolen them were the ones putting up challenges to the redundancy that we were offering. No, we don't need these anymore. The Earth's measured flat. You can't just say that, said the people who stole the housekeeping questions. You're like, okay, well, my usefulness was done with them. I've already monetized them for 2,000 plus shows. But what, you want to keep monetizing them? Okay, well, you can keep your rebadge Dayu. Good for you.
I see what you that. Oh, I get it. Yeah, we don't need the Astra anymore. You can have the Astra. I mean, housekeeping questions.
Yeah, it's not going to hold Nathan down from a discontinued vehicle. Yeah, the Earth's just measured flat.
Yeah, that's the only housekeeping question. You know something? You have it. 75% of them pass by your desk and are on your desk. Very good. So you told people how to terminate a globe. But the most important housekeeping question came right from this room when you were no longer part of it because Nathan kicked your thieving asses out. And the only housekeeping question that is relevant is there any other way of measuring Earth other than flat?
I've got with me here Machu Yukanu from the car company Dayu. How are you doing, Machu Yukanu? Oh, hello. I see you've got a new car out called the Dayu Nexus. It looks a lot like the Astra. No, new car, develop here, 75% new. Really, it just looks like an Astra. No, 75% new. I developed this car.
Hey, somebody's garbage is another man's treasure. Bad, CC.
I was just saying, yeah, it just came right off the assembly line. Don't you get it? Clowns.
No, it just listen, the show started as something and it grew into what it is. Now, I did hear the other guy, when that Neil guy was here, the last time he was here, some other guy named Neil spells his name. But
Yeah, he's the one with the number one for the I.
Yeah, before that it was the capital L, but he came and he's like, yeah, I just came in and I was asking questions about what went on with an I, and all I did was get yelled at and kicked out. And then they were like, yeah, well, that might be true because, in other words, they're trying to say the show used to be good, but who knows what's going on over there now. You know what's going on over here now because you be listening, right? That's why you made that video and, pulled up when I exposed your thieving ass on 24/7. You thieving bastard. You are paying attention to what's going on here. And we renamed you General Jerkoff because that's what you are. A thieving, lying bastard. And it bothers the shit out of you that you couldn't dupe me, right? Yeah, I got off the phone in 2 seconds. I didn't hear the full story. You mean your bullshit story? Yeah, I won't allow myself to hear any bullshit. I know what was what. I know what was said in the beginning. I know what the agreement was. And you keep saying there was no agreement. Yeah. You were waiting till it was 90% done, and then you were going to drop on a desperate Nathan, hoping he did what he did with the ball busting and say, yeah, no problem. But Nathan didn't do that, did he? Nathan told you to go, you know what? I don't want to curse no more. I'm really trying hard. Nathan told you to go screw yourself and cut you from every group. You have been terminated. How's it feel?
For someone who goes around and destroys something that's destroys fantasy objects, I bet you that's heartbreaking.
Yeah. And listen, this is put across me. I do not watch that show. I can't help people sending me clips. And then, yeah, okay, I have to look at them because, it's right there. And I'm like, what the frick did they say? And then you find out you get your balls twisted. You get angry, and then you take a deep breath, take a couple of Advil, the headache goes away. Then you're like, why are they doing this? Oh, that's why. Because they got to continually spin a story. Because when you steal something, you got to pass it off as it being yours. Because other people are going to be like, wait a second, isn't that the book that you stole from Nathan? And you got to keep spinning his story. How, no, it was always yours. Yeah. You started Flat Earth Debate, QE. Yeah. Nathan, you were doing all the interviews, and Nathan came on your show. Yeah. That's how it happened. Exactly. Adam was a somebody. Iron Realm Media, and a guy that got arrested in freaking Italy for the freaking Global Eye tour. Oh, brilliant. Bottom line is, you all became established characters on the show called Flat Earth Debate. And they were honorable characters on the show at one time until you became Judas. Plain and simple. You knifed your friend in the back because you were prideful, jealous, greedy bastards. That's all there is to it. And I know that bothers you because I'm a straight shooter.
Yeah, we got presented that draft, which it could have been published as a book. Really, it could have. And we all said, we'd like to help you with rewording some of it. That was and giving citation. Like, I thought that was clearly stated several times. I don't know how they're saying that there was no agreement. There most certainly was.
Yeah, they're claiming that there was no agreement. And if Nathan plays all the tapes, you'll hear it. So, and he keeps yelling, release the tapes.
Yeah, release the
He
hounds.
claimed.
Yeah, all I have
Hold
to
up,
do is
hold
bring
up.
up Adam's quote or Flatsy's that Nathan just brought up. Go ahead, John.
He said that if you play all the tapes, you'll hear that there is no agreement. Somebody needs to help him with his positive and negative statements. You know what I mean? Like, he really has trouble with that sometimes.
Okay, sorry, John. Yeah, he's just pretending like there's nothing to be concerned about. So therefore, he's full of confidence that releasing such recordings, such as the one Nathan just gave over Flatsy, or the latest one, Len, towards the meeting of beautiful minds from different fields, but it's your book. Yeah, Adam Meakin to Nathan Oakley. Yeah, it's Nathan's book. Get lost, clown shoes.
I don't know how the hell Brian is sitting over there listening to them say that it's Betty's book and that it's Nathan's book at the same time. Like, just obvious confusion that keeps coming up. We offered him to be a part of his own book, or we offered a part in Betty's book, or blah, blah. Like, Brian, you have nothing that I would be confused by any of this.
Yeah, release the tapes. Release the hounds. Release the tapes that's going to put my co-author in jail. Bang!
I knew. Did he releasing tapes to know what was going on when we were meeting up? Or did you go into the room for purpose and be there?
Yeah, we didn't need that. That's another thing they were claiming. They don't need your name. They don't need you, Nathan. Then why were they asking you to be a co-author? Oh, that's right. They were giving you a shot. They were giving you all the material. They were allowing you to be on their book that they were writing, that they came in the room and we offered them help. I see. Now it's all clear to me. Huey and
Yeah, 'cause
Adam were
Betty was
writing a
there.
book.
Yeah, because Betty was there the whole time, delineating her story to us, and we were just
Exactly.
making it a solid. Oh no, Betty never was in that room.
Oh
Not
yeah.
once.
That
When she was off doing her thing, yeah, that was just all about her in the hangouts and how you, John, and Neil, and Elijah, and others, yeah, just a figment of your imagination. It was all about editing, Betty's book, and John was there to help them along with their Welcome to Flat Earth adventure, along with Adam Meakin.
And then when it came to the part when I said, yeah, and they asked for recognition. Nathan was going to give him recognition, and Huey said, yeah, thank you very much. You were
Hold on a
going to
minute.
get recognized. Go ahead, John.
Hold on a minute. So they got their names on the book, right? The people that helped with the book. Well, my name's not on it. I know that I've done it at least as much or more than Brian ever put into it.
Oh, Brian got praised for putting a lot into the book, and then he contradicted it. He said I was hardly even there. Did you hear that part? Like Brian put a lot into it. What did Brian put into it? He said he didn't want to help. He was writing his own book. All of a sudden, he was an author too. He was writing a book 2 years, but he didn't want anybody to know. And Adam and QE, yeah, they were authors. As a matter of fact, when that book came from 10th Man and you gave a few people to read it, everybody was planning on writing a book. Don't you know that?
You get to be an author. You get to be an author. Everyone gets to be an author. Good God.
Yeah.
God,
It's like
they're not that delusional. That's just a lot. They're not that delusional. They know they there's no way.
I love it
Yeah,
when the
one
Joe
deck.
Normies go ahead.
No, one deck was trying to get in. Go ahead, one deck.
No, it's nothing important. It just reminds me of the situation where when we brought up celestial navigation, and all of a sudden, all the Globers were experts with mariners sextants.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. It's exactly what happened. Everybody's an author. It's funny though, because the guy who's a real friend, 10th Man, when he heard of Nathan's struggles, he has an idea. I got an idea. Write a book. All you got to do is talk about the show. The show is great. He'll put it into a book form, and you can release that as another stream of revenue. Everything's great. And then the backstabbers come with the guise of being friends. Friends help friends. They do. 10th Man's a friend. He had an idea. So he pitched it to Nathan, and he got Nathan to narrate, and he wrote the stuff down. And who knows? He could have let it out and sold it. But we, being a team, right? There was a flat earth debate panel that everybody held in high regard. And when they were saying it could be better, do you want this to go out like this, or do you want us to help you out and make it better? And we all agreed. Yes, Neil was there, and Neil agreed too, right? But we took a step back out of respect for the brilliant minds that Nathan met along the way to take the lead. And while these brilliant minds took the lead, those brilliant minds became stupid and decided to steal Nathan's book. They decided to freaking backstab him and cause him harm and his family. Because look, Nathan's book still isn't out yet. Nathan had to freaking listen to all the tapes, pull out what he could, get recreative, and write a book. It's not out yet. So what was your help? Explain to me what your help was, because it sounds like you were trying to hurt Nathan the whole time. What does Neil provide? Neil doesn't try to hurt Nathan. Nathan's my friend. He's done more for me than I could ever do for him. Right? I'm loyal. I know what's
Yeah,
what.
that whole idea that we were somehow spending all that time, you know, I'm getting choked up. I'm getting some man. I'm coming, like, tears are coming to my eyes about this. Like, how dare you do what you did, really? I mean, it is disgusting. It's one thing to steal, which is a damnable sin, in my opinion, but to steal from a friend is probably the worst thing I can think you could do that's not actively, like, you know, taking someone's life or something like that.
Yeah, why didn't they say it right in the beginning? Why didn't they say it right there on day one? Nathan, we'll do all of this. We'll make it better. No, but the only thing is, you got to put us down as co-authors. Oh, well, as it went on, they were doing more and more of the work, and now they feel like they need more credit. What more and more of the work did you do? Explain to me, because I was there. You were rewording things, grabbing links, grabbing citations, putting them into rewriting housekeeping questions to book form that were done on Flat Earth Debate. What was the work? Count the hours you guys worked. I guarantee it's a stretch to say you put 50 hours in. That is a stretch, because you lazy bastards spent more time not freaking editing than editing. You had Nathan by the balls because you promised him something and then you reneged. And along the way, you had this plan devised whenever it came to fruition. Doesn't matter. When Nathan asked for the draft to continue on while you were on holiday getting robbed and trying to figure out what comfy chair you need to re-engage in editing, right? That's when the shit hit the fan. And that's when he told you to go screw yourselves. That's his. It was always his. It was his when Kent decided to freaking pitch the idea to Nathan, and all you did was worm your freaking slimy serpent selves in there and take it from him. I hope you're happy with yourself. Have it.
I don't hope them no happiness for that. I hope they rot in hell for that. That's so, I thought we were all good friends. I've never been so blindsided by something in my life.
No, they piss all over it. If you don't want to get aggravated, don't listen to the last hour of his show, because it will aggravate you. Because what they do is they basically piss all over, like they didn't give a shit about anybody, right?
Yeah,
you could tell in my voice that it was hurting, that it was painful, and it was a sad day when we see something like this. Listen, Flat Debate was always there. Nobody could freaking separate that freaking panel. That panel was at the tip, right? Sharp, razor sharp. Nobody could freaking drive a wedge in us. Ballers couldn't do it. Nobody could do it. But they did it. And that's what hurt. And that's what I was trying to that's what I was trying to get across. That, and I didn't want to expose it because freaking it was making them look bad. And, but hey, it came to the point where I said, the hell with it. They made it sound like you sent me out. No, let's clear that up. Nathan sent an email, a message in Teams for everybody to put pressure on them to get the material back. If you contact them, maybe they'll, give it back to me, because he tried and he couldn't get it. So that's what that was about. That's why I went on 24/7. To expose your treasonous act. Yeah. I took it from you.
He might actually make something that's his personal intellectual property.
Yeah, treasonous, treacherous traitor. I deliberately used your words
from Nike and that he'll sue you. You get my drift?
I deliberately used your words, you dumb bastard. That was the point.
Yeah, and that
Why don't you get
every little
original?
thing towards actually caring and being truthful, that's something for him to scoff at and to hand wave, dismiss, and that, oh, he's just such the alpha male. No, you're a freaking dweeb, delusional muppet. So, like John expressing himself right there, he just twisted around with his narcissistic crap. Oh, that's just him being a Weewa or a Nancy, because we're just all Nancys according to that delusional muppet. And get the freak out of here.
Yeah, it was done deliberately when I said it. I was using his own words. You freaking stupid, treacherous, treacherous traitor. That's who you became. There's no other words fit. And they came from your own mouth.
Yeah, I'm just giving up the example like there with the reflected there. That, oh, dear God, we actually care and not some narcissistic, delusional muppet. That's something for you to twist around on us and that we're just Nancy's? Get the freak out of here.
As you're wandering through the corridors of apathy, remember what you did. Like the panel's still going on, new faces, new voices, but flat earth debate will go on until Nathan says it's over, right? So, and you will never take part in it again.
Yeah, we
the
will all be a
finality
part
of
of
the
Go
act.
ahead, John.
I was just saying the finality of that act, stealing, that severs all ties. There's a reason they cut people's hands off for it, whenever in the Old Testament.
How could he steal something that's his? That's his alibi. How could I steal something that belongs to me? Pray tell? Can somebody please tell me how I steal my own intellectual property?
I would love to know what part of it's his, because the citations don't belong to him.
Oh, they were all on
That's my
Globe Terminator.
Citation boy.
They were all on Globe Terminator. Look, he even put it up on the screen with a copyright thing, some Alpha Jack shit, whatever the hell it is. I really don't care. But you know what? I'm glad. I'm glad because I didn't have to invest another moment in that. They showed me who they are. Now they're nothing. Now they went from being at the top of my freaking pedestal to not even on it. They're not even on it. If you're making a totem pole,
of hell.
yeah, if you were making a totem pole, they were right up there. Right? Nathan was always at the top to me. The
I
way
tell you what, this will make you smile though. Check it out, right? Could you imagine him going into a lawyer's office and trying to sue someone over a listed citation? You know
according to him, he's already got that locked down. He's already got that copywritten. If Nathan ever something comes out that you better beware. So I don't think he's done yet hurting you, Nathan. He's going to try to hurt you some more.
I would love for him to get a lawyer and try to sue somebody over lifting citations. Like, think about that. He got it from someone else, and now he's trying to claim ownership of it when it's already.
That's my point. No originality whatsoever. It's not yours. It's not your intellectual property, you delusional muppet.
Well, he claims he was on the scene. I was out here handing people their asses. I was all over the circuit. Yeah, nobody heard of you. Nobody heard of you. Who the hell was Quantum Eraser? There was no ball busters. There was no ball busters till Nathan freaking went on Globe Busters and handed them their ass about the scientific method. Then ball busters was developed. And then Nathan handed it to you because you greedy bastard, you were demanding half the super chats. Super chats. Not money, not from the channel, the super chats. You know what I meant, QE. $30. He made $30 from freaking ball busters. But that's your fault. If you can't have an audience give you money, then it's on you. But you did demand half the super chats, and Nathan said, "No, take the whole thing." But you gotta, it's yours now. You didn't develop it. Oh, that's right. You had phone calls with freaking Robert Pisano, and you couldn't even keep your mouth shut on that. You blew his cover.
Yeah, like with the whole thing with the ball busters, right? Is I think he tried to claim that ball busters existed prior to housekeeping at some point. Was it, or did I misunderstand that? And got it. I got it secondhand from somebody.
I don't know where he stands on that. He's claiming that 75% of the housekeeping questions are Anthony Riley came up with that. Anthony Riley had an idea, like, so you could keep these ballers in check.
What did I miss?
And that was turned into the housekeeping questions. Right? They were formulated on the Flat Earth Debate show. So according to him, 75% of them were on his desk. So in other words, he's saying he formulated them and gave them the Flat Earth Debate. Everything is his. He gave everything. And he was allowing Nathan to put his name on it. Sorry, was somebody trying to say something? Oh, Eli.
I remember.
That's your message.
Sorry.
Yeah, don't even listen to that. If you don't want to freaking get furious, Eli, don't even listen to it.
Of course, I'm going to leave asking a Gemini not to do something. Of course.
Well, he took the last hour of his show. He took the spilling of the beans when I came on 24/7. And spilled the beans on them, and I guess they freaking did a treatment on that and tried to freaking sell it. That you know how he does his little.
Oh, I know what I
shit.
said. I wouldn't be upset at his treatment on what I said then. What the fuck did I say that he could pick apart?
He's making fun of your microphone, calling you a retard,
that he's a scumbag. That I said, hey, I don't even remember exactly what I said, but I know there's nothing to pick apart as far as intellectuality is concerned. Give a shit.
Yeah, he's just that's you said it right on there. He's one word to say. Oh, is it two? Yeah. Whatever. He's a scumbag.
He's mad. He's mad that I didn't side with. I don't think he's mad that I didn't side with him. I honestly don't think the guy ever liked me, which is fine. I don't need someone to like me for me to like them. Funny enough, I'm not that fickle as a human being, even though I am pretty black and white. But
he's angry with anybody, Eli. He's angry with anybody that knows the truth. You know the truth of what went down, right? So there's no duping you. So of course he's going to be angry with you. There's no duping me. They mocked it because I got off the phone call in 2 seconds. I said my piece and left. Flatsy says I didn't stick around to hear their side of the story. Well, that's the problem, Flatsy. You stuck around and bought their bullshit story of how it was theirs the whole time. Not me. I don't need somebody to spin a story to me. I was there for everything. I know what happened.
Yeah, I can't believe like Flatsy, Brian. Chocolate's one thing because he wasn't there that much, but Brian was there enough to know why we were there, why we were meeting to do this, and it sure as fuck wasn't to write Betty a book, and nobody believes it.
This was his thing. After chapter 4, they started over. They started all over. Right? That's according to them. That it was unsalvageable. So we started a new book. Okay. So at that moment, you should have said, listen, we're starting a new book. Me and Adam want to be authors on it with you, and we'll help you get this by. If not, then take this what you have. But right now, we decided that we're going to write a book too, and we're going to leave. That's what you do. You don't wait.
There would have been a problem with that
Yeah, of course. That's why they do what they did.
because Nathan's book was on the left side of the page. Nathan's book was on the left side of the page, and what we were editing, right, the changes we were making was on the right. So that never changed the entire time. How in the hell can we have started over when we certainly didn't start over?
Well, that's what they're telling themselves. And that's what they're telling their audience. But like Nathan said, only the gullible. If you believe that, stay over there. You showed us what you're about. Stay over there. One mind, one spirit. You're in the chat. Stay over there. All right? East is west. Stay over there. I got all your numbers. These all made Neil shit list. Huey's at the top because he's the ultimate scumbag. Adam, I don't even know what Adam is. He's just a freaking, what do you call Adam? A gullible pharmacist that just does whatever Huey says. Now he thinks he's an author because he wrote some stolen material, formed some sentences that makes you an author. You used Nathan's life, Nathan's show to write a story. And now you just want to slap your name on it. Well, have fun.
The story was already written. They were using that as the backbone the entire time. It wasn't hidden. We all knew it. What the hell is going on? Have they started smoking meth?
Huey the great quantum eraser. You know? Scumbag, betraying bastard. He became Judas Iscariot. In a metaphor, of course. I'm not putting Nathan as Jesus, like Brian puts quantum eraser as Jesus. I wouldn't do that. But as a metaphor and an analogy, he played Judas Iscariot, my own familiar friend. You came and you sat and you ate up ballers in the channel with us, right? We all sat together, and then you lifted up your heel and you freaking sold out your friend for 30 shekels of silver. You Judas Iscariot, you're a scumbag. You always will be one.
I just
Nothing's
want
going
to
to
tell
change that.
Elijah. Hey, Elijah, what's north, man?
You know what that means, Elijah?
Oh, I didn't hear you. What you said?
I said, what's north, man? What's north?
What's north?
Yeah, what's up? Matthew, the freaking the map guy or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
The map guy claims that on a compass, north is up. So now we got a little joke. Instead of saying what's up, we say what's north. And if you're not feeling so good, you say I'm feeling south today.
I feel like see, there's something weird about the programming because while y'all find that funny, one time when I asked my girl what's north, she said up. There's got to be a reason that people are responding that way. Because obviously you're like, what? Like, what do you mean up? Like,
No, Eli. Put a compass in a hand and ask it to point north. Where is the compass showing you? Because heliocentrism will tell you it's up.
Yeah, I don't know.
It points in a linear direction, a flat direction. Am I right?
Yes, but it's the part of reification, right? They immediately take whatever they experience and they look at it through the lens of being on a sphere. So, and when they look at that sphere, north is always up, right? So it's funny on so many levels. Oh no, Can't say that either. It's funny on so many curves.
You say?
Just remember, everybody, the sun will come north tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow the sun will come north.
No, you can't say bottom.
Yeah, it's all up from here.
It's all north from here.
You mean that 2D linear direction that measured from level of our flat Earth? Yeah,
Now you're-
it's measured flat with direction.
Yeah, you're just being pedantic.
Oh dear, just telling it like it is.
Well, as the heliocentrist, I'm supposed to believe north is below the ground, am I?
Well, I think we should ask QE. After all, he invented the compass, hasn't he?
Well, it's part of the attachment of the if and then. Go ahead, John.
I just pointed it out to QE that you had to level a compass. You know what he said to me? So?
Yeah, because that's not debunking a globe, John. That's demonstrating how Earth is flat.
We're supposed to be the most ace anti-glob debunkers here. What's wrong with you guys?
I wonder what Huey's doing with the rest of his life.
Yeah,
No,
Neil's getting
that's it. That's the post. Yeah, you guys ever wonder? Because I mean, like we've been here like 8 years plus, right? And so it's like when Nathan's not having for a long time before I discovered Discord, whenever the morning was done, I kind of just I thought about the show until the next day because I'm like, I need more of that. I need to have more
Victory Royale!
I need to that. So I'm just wondering, since he doesn't come here, he has a show once a week. He doesn't have any friends on Discord or anybody that he speaks to. I wonder what he's doing now these days with himself.
Well, he can't promote his book on anything other than Level Lioness's Discord server because that's all that, she's part of the crew that can't see straight and can't, have no moral compass. So she welcomes him in. So he promotes his stolen book there, but that's it.
Hold on, hang on a second. Are you saying that other servers are offering empathy for my plight?
Level Lioness,
Yeah,
Jenna is the server that they allow Nathan they allow QE to promote his stolen book there.
No, but that infers that other servers don't.
Oh yeah, you can't promote it on 24/7. He's doing a treatment on them. He's making them he's trying to make them out to be stupid. He can't go to Earth Awakenings and promote it.
You go.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can't
you burn down all those bridges.
You can't. Yeah, you can't go promote your stuff on servers that you've labeled as misfit toys and morons and fucktards and whatever else.
For the safety of y'all events. What do you mean? What are we talking about? You started saying that like, oh,
Here's the thing. Hold on. AI said to me, if Nathan wants to come on 24/7 and promote the release of his book, he's more than welcome to. I'm sure Earth Awakenings will have the same sentiment. You're not going to have a problem going to any of these servers promoting your book.
You saying here acting like I'm telling
And
you
Theo
something.
reiterated last night when I was listening to
And I'm not
24/7.
dead.
Go ahead, Eli. Go ahead. We're not hearing you. That's why. Eli, were you trying to say something? Apparently not.
I think he was hot miking.
Yeah, but as far as the promotion of the book, you should have no problem going to if you did want to go to Discord servers and promote it. They're all open to you, Nathan.
Maybe not the one that he got permabanned from.
No, that's available to him too. That's what I'm talking about. AI said to me, if Nathan, I got the message. He said, if Nathan wants to come on and have a show about the release of his book, he is welcome to.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised because with AI, I've moaned about him banning me for racism, like a lot. But so for him to say that, got to be honest, I'm a little bit surprised.
No. That's
I was shocked too, but he reiterated it last night.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly. He did. He said it last night. And the other thing is, he claims that it was never a permaban. That was just bullshit that was out there. But listen, regardless of that, if he's opening up an avenue, that says something.
Yeah, that's fair enough, especially after me moaning about him like a drain. Because you're saying, oh, well, nobody would be opening up their doors to the two thieves who stole my material and then repurposed it with the thin veneer of a spinster. Well, you'd think that if that's the case because they've been called numpty dipshits on treatment, that they'd have the same disdain towards me moaning about them banning me for racism and pointing out racist examples specifically of AI. So you wouldn't think you'd be like, oh yeah, all's well. It's like, well, no, I've constantly been labelling him a racist after he banned me for racism, haven't I? But he obviously hasn't taken that to heart, or maybe he just doesn't realise. I doubt it.
No, I think he thinks that there's a misunderstanding with that whole thing. So I think Eli had tried to clear it up one time, maybe. But look, here's the thing. If he makes it available to you, that's good news. Not saying you have to go there, but it's good news to know that people are not holding grudges. That they realize, see, what happens, Nathan, is no matter what, they realize what was done to you. Everybody with a half a brain can comprehend what was done and see it for what it is and take you back on that. The only people they got is themselves and level lioness, whoever the hell she is. She's a female that tries to be QE. That tells you everything right there. And there's nobody in the server. Nobody there at all. And he's got his commercials for a book that nobody sees. Way to promote it.
I mean, I'm truly humbled if that is the case, that people are like saying, oh yeah, of course you can come to my server. You're like, really? Okay. I'm not just flattered, slightly humbled by that.
And there's the beauty of it where something just possible an issue that you have with an individual doesn't surpass compared to betraying folks and just completely throwing folks constantly under the bus with your narcissism, delusional Muppet behavior, and then wondering why that things can be mended between, certain individuals. But yeah, it's not being mended between you guys over at that camp because you're backstabbing delusional Muppets. There's the difference.
Cool.
It might be that unexplained confuse the rhetoric around his name with how even works. Maybe that's it.
Yeah, definitions are hard for those folks, along with pronouns.
What are you talking about, pronouns? You said it on the live show, and I didn't want to seem stupid by asking.
Okay. He thought it was something to, rebuke and scoff everyone when the folks there over at 24/7 or bringing up you or anybody else that you were just being ambiguous. Everybody was just being ambiguous. And who are they talking about when it's they or them or you, or that it was the improper pronoun? Hello? Are you that stupid when your name has been repeatedly brought up at that point? Or, gee, I wonder when we're referring to this subject here, that when we refer to the backstabbers and anybody that can rub two brain cells together, that who we're referring to when we say they, them, he, she. Pretend clown frauds, make believing there's some sort of super intellectual to lord over everybody with their narcissism. Get out of here.
If you look at any single statement in a vacuum, you probably find fault in it. That's because you develop a lexicon through communication.
John, your connection is real bad, John. Yeah, I don't know where the message is, Nathan, but he sent me a message. And that's exactly what it said. Nathan is more than welcome to come and promote his book on 24/7 politics if he chooses. I went to the personal message, but I can't find it. But I'll see if I can find it in the messages.
I trust you don't have to prove it to me. I believe you, but it's like I said earlier, I'm humbled by that fact because I've moaned about that particular guy. AI, you're talking about, right? I've moaned about him, haven't I? Now, you could argue that you could argue that my gripe was justified, right? I got banned, so maybe he's like, well, people will moan when they get banned. People gripe because he's obviously running a server. But the fact that he hasn't held it against me, like, well, I was holding it against you, so suddenly that makes me seem. Maybe that's why he's doing. I don't want to look into it like it's nefarious. I shouldn't really look a gift horse in the mouth. But you're like, well, that reflects very well on AI, doesn't it? In fact, if anything, it reflects badly on me when I've had a certain level of disdain towards him. So from that perspective, you're like, well, encore. Good for you, AI.
Well, not only that, this goes back to November 29th. Corresponding relevant actions that support alternative theories of elements of the crime are a support for prolonged intentionality and actions in accordance taken by the relevant parties, i.e. QE, Adam, Brian, etc. He was trying to tell me that if you want, you can put a case together against them. So he said if you ever needed help in that, he'd be more than happy to help you. But I don't think you're doing that. This is from November. It's when it was all just still fresh, But that was way back then. He was reaching out to offer assistance. So,
wow. So it's not just words when I say that you've got to be pretty stupid to not recognise what's going on. The contrapositive is also true. The smarter people do recognise what's going on. It's not the focus that you should be on the idiots that go, oh, really? 2 books, you say? I see. You had to write a new one for yourself in his company, in his hangout, in his presence, with his book on screen, with another book next to it that had his name on the top of it as well. You're like, yeah, okay, you've got to be really stupid to be taken in by this shit. But the contrapositive is, most people around us aren't stupid, haven't been taken in, recognise the ill will, the ill intent, the criminality, the scumbaggery. They see it all. right? Now, that really does bring a smile to my face, because it's easy to get caught up in the negativity and go, I can't believe we're surrounded by these stupid people, because they're the people that float to the top, aren't they? Because their idiocy lets them be seen. So you're like, wow, I didn't realise you were that stupid. You're taken in by this. Suddenly that becomes the focus. You forget, no, you're not surrounded by stupid people. They're in the minority. The idiots are in the minority. What does that mean? Well, why don't you focus on the positive? The majority of people around you recognise scumbaggery when they see it. It's obvious.
Yep. And people with intelligence, and you can say what you want about Overlord. He's a smart guy. He's always been a smart guy. He sees through the bullshit. He knows exactly, and he wasn't even there for the sessions, but he knows exactly what was going down.
He was a channel member at the time, so he was watching the material get released out to members while we were doing the work, right?
Yeah, that's true. He was listening. He was coming in, and he had that issue with Brian, which that's what caused the rift in Brian's mind between you and him. He swears that you deliberately tried to hurt him when all you had to do was release the Uncut after show. You know, remember all that bullshit.
Yeah, Brian was having a
He
spat
was
with
wrong,
AI, which...
so he's delusional.
Go on.
I mean, he wanted the Uncut and After Show to get released so he could be proven wrong.
Well, he's holding that over Nathan for not being a friend. And he claims that you said that you recorded a conversation between you and him when the book thievery was exposed. You recorded a conversation and holding it against him. I don't know, something to that effect. I don't even know. I wasn't even paying attention at that point.
So,
Yeah, at that point, to be honest, Eli, I wasn't even paying attention to him because I went over it for 2 weeks straight with him, the same thing over and over again. That was Nathan's book, and they offered help, and they never once, there was never an inkling of them being named as authors. Never once was it brought up until it was time, to finish up. So he says, no, that's not true. There's a second book. So I got to go back and forth with him about 2 books. Why would Nathan be allowing a second book to be written in his freaking space? I mean, it's so stupid. Just put 2 and 2 together. It was sickening. And for 2 weeks constantly, and I knew what was going to happen. It was going to end mine and his friendship, because I can't be around people that can't make a decision on something that's cut and dry like that. I mean, there was no ambiguity there. There was no gray areas. But let me make it about the person. It wasn't about the book anymore, Nathan. It became about the person. It became about you with Brian. How you always didn't like him, or you always never listened to him, and how he told you about the flat earth measurements 2 years ago, but you never listened to him. And that's funny because I can remember you starting a show and saying you were just on the phone with Brian for 2 hours. Ain't that something? I never had a 2-hour phone call with Nathan. And he claims that listen, he sits at the feet of the QE throne, and he'll never, that's it. If QE says it, that's it. It's got to be correct because it came from QE. Whereas I'm not like that, because if it was, and I said that too, I said if it was the tables were turned and Nathan was to be blamed, then I would be supporting Adam and QE. It's not a matter of the people. It's a matter of what transpired. So that's who gets my support, who's ever in the right. And if you listen to the tapes, you'll see what happened. There's no decision to be made. There's no two stories to be heard. So it was easy.
Yeah, you have the foundation of honor. Yeah, I'm going to kick it with you. Oh, you're a dishonorable, delusional muppet. You're removed.
Just delusional, really. If you think about it, he's just in a delusional world where he thought he was Nathan Oakley. I don't know. I guess he started the show every day, Nathan. I guess it was him that, started the show every day.
That's actually quite a rarity, narcissistically speaking, right? What that is revealing the nature of a narcissist. What do narcissists do? Well, they emulate the people that they're, in this case, stealing from, but they create a persona, a mask. They call it the mask of the narcissist, based on the character traits, stories, anecdotes, ambitions, achievements of somebody that they're effectively imitating. Now, what you're seeing in that regard is very specifically the quantum eraser Nathan Oakley mask. So when you say it sounds like QE is describing himself as being me, that's correct. That's literally what is happening. That is his mask. He's created a mask, a persona based on what I've done. Then he has to lie and gaslight everybody into making that the case. But what is he actually doing? He's emulating what I have done and saying that that's him that's achieved those things, that's done those things. Like, in his mind, yes, he got up every day, set up the show daily thousands of times and repeated the housekeeping questions because they're, quote, on his desk. Like, no, that's the mask. You've created a mask, a persona based on the people that you're manipulating and stealing from. That's what narcissists do. So you're seeing the creation of a mask. Got their mic open. Eli.
Sorry.
I ratted you out. Yeah, exactly, Nathan. That sounds about right. Yep.
Yeah. So when narcissists tell stories to people, there's a good chance that they've stolen the story from somebody else. They're creating a persona based on information that they haven't actually acquired. Like, the whole citation thing is similar, but just not quite as good as an example. Like, what are you doing? You're taking credit for other people's words that you've put quote marks around and put a little hyperlink next to, and then it's copyrightable. Yeah, that's you taking credit for other people's words that have come out of their mouths that you believe is now yours because it's on a website with quote marks around it. What, therefore it's yours? No, right? Same goes for housekeeping. What, you came up with the housekeeping. What is housekeeping? It's a metaphor. It's a simile, rather, for keeping house, keeping the hotel clean. That's to say, you run around with the vacuum daily. You've got a team of people that keep the hotel clean on a daily basis so that anybody that comes into the hotel sees a clean hotel. That's what housekeeping is. So what's it necessitated for? Keeping a clean hotel. Well, what's the hotel? Is it the desk somewhere over there that hasn't got guests coming in and out of? No, the hotel is the hotel. And the hotel needs to be kept clean. That's what housekeeping is. So that when people come into the Flat Earth debate, it's kept clean with housekeeping. Now, if you're a thief, you'll suggest that it's completely devoid from its actual purpose because it's ascribable to an individual. Like, no, that's not the purpose of housekeeping, is it? The purpose of housekeeping was to keep this, the metaphorical hotel, clear for when a guest came. Daily, to this platform. Daily. So what's it about? It's about keeping the hotel doors open, keeping the staff around to keep clean, to remind them of what clean means. That's housekeeping. It's a thing. It's a happening. It's not something that's ascribable to a mask or an individual for credit. It's a motion. It's not the I came up with vacuum cleaners, therefore that hotel being kept clean is actually down to me because I invented vacuum cleaners. Now, in this instance, it's not comparable because the person we're comparing it to didn't invent any vacuum cleaners. Nevertheless, the point is that the process of keeping house clean is designed so that the link put out on a daily basis is offerable to somebody who's going to come into an environment that's sterile. Not so that I can turn around and say, that's me, that is, I'm housekeeping. No, the housekeeping is keeping the flat earth, actually anti-flat earth, versus globe earth, actually anti-flat earth, in check, tidy. That's what it was for. Specifically for flat earth debate. Like I say, if you're just a thief, you'll go, well, that was me. Why? Well, because it's on my desk. What was? The people running around keeping the hotel clean so that it was nice and sterile for when guests came in on a daily basis. You can't ascribe that to yourself. Now, you can pretend to, but then you've got to spend your entire life gaslighting people into understanding how that makes any sense. Like, what do you mean you came up with housekeeping? Housekeeping's a process. Like saying, I came up with the scientific method. No, it's a method. You have to put it into effect for it to have any use. Just saying it just makes it words. It means nothing. Ascribing it to yourself, I am the scientific method. No, it's a process that if you follow can elucidate cause of an effect. That's if you follow the process. But saying, well, that's mine. See that microchip? That's mine. Why? Well, because I say scientific method. No. The person that went through the process, adhering to that method, employed that process to a net result at the end. The person who kept the house clean kept the house clean for guests to come in and see a clean house. It wasn't about ascribing credit to individuals. It was about keeping a platform clear, clean, sterile. It's a process. So in many ways, it's like, okay, other than being able to be accused of stolen valor, what does this actually achieve? Nothing. Like, well, what housekeeping questions beyond the story of them, yeah? Which is all that's really being stolen here. The story of them. Because according to a thief, the story of this hotel being kept clean is actually about some office somewhere miles away that's got nothing to do with the hotel. That's the story, isn't it? And not only is it about some office miles away, it's about a guy who sat in his desk that doesn't open his office more than once a week, being ascribed all the credit for the women running around the hotel vacuuming. Like, no, the hotel's clean because the women ran around keeping it clean. The people who were involved in the process of keeping housekeeping going were the people who responded to the questions for the audience. Well, which audience? Again, do I need to justify this? No, there's 2,000 plus examples of what housekeeping is as a process, not as a creditable, ascribable personality trait. It's like you've missed the mark about what it is when you've stolen it. Yeah, you don't ascribe the correct value to the process. Now, when you understand that, you then realise why I don't care. Because keeping the hotel clean for guests to come in and argue about how the world is or isn't spherical has been made entirely redundant. It's no longer got any beds for people to sleep in. It's become a museum. So you go around going, why are we paying the cleaners again? This museum isn't required. You know, we don't need to keep track of the anti-globe rhetoric anymore. Because I can lean into the globe rhetoric. The mess, if you want to call it, what we were vacuuming up, was silver and gold bullets. They were all getting chucked out in dust bags. No. You look at the dust and go, this isn't dust, it's golden flat earth measurement bullets everywhere. Why are we cleaning these away? You want to believe you're on a ball? Well, you'll need a radial value for that. That's a flat earth prerequisite. Have it. Have your ball with your radius value that requires you appreciate how linear miles are. What's that? The Earth being spherical with these little lines around it called latitude? Yeah, those are flat Earth measurements. Why were we hoovering them up? Asking for any evidence of radial values? The evidence is a measurement. It's not an argument. It's not a court of law appearance where you've got to offer a preponderance. It's a measurement. So we don't need to keep house anymore. But there's going to be people out there that go, yeah, but that's built up a perception of something that can be ascribed to an individual. And I want to be that individual. Really? Okay. I mean, like I say, I don't need to justify the several thousand times that I went through housekeeping questions for the, what, idiots that are taken in by someone gaslighting them. Nah, I'd rather not do that and let the people who are taken in by those idiots be gaslit, because what do you think will happen to them? Yeah, when you realise what you're actually facing, the mask slips for a moment and you turn around and go, get lost. Yeah, I don't want to be around this type of person. I know what you are. Yeah, get lost. Your attempts to exploit me will fail. What's that? You'll carry on regardless. You'll just put a thinny shitty veneer over the top of the car you've robbed and pretend it's yours anyway. Why? That car was the car that brought the cleaners to the hotel that was running on a daily basis for guests that we don't want anymore. I don't want those guests coming here. If they do, the hotel happens to still be open. It just doesn't have any need for any more than maybe one member of staff to turn around and go, well, welcome to the Flat Earth Prerequisite Hotel. How can I help you? Oh, we're on a ball. Oh, thank you for letting me know how flat Earth must be measured for your ball. Did you say 8 inches per the flat Earth linear mile? I don't think I need to keep house for this. Thank you for bringing me some silver and gold bullets to the reception desk. Right? That's what's been attempted to be stolen at the point that it's worthless.
Well said. Well summarized, too. Perfect. And we, just for tradition, we still kept house with the final housekeeping question. Right? Is there any way other than flat to measure Earth? No. Game over.
I mean, it would be better as a statement of fact. There is no other way to measure Earth other than flat.
Agreed, and I said that yesterday. You stole it. Don, you half-deck.
Can't you measure its weight?
It's mine, it's mine, it's mine, it's all mine. That's who he is. Holy shit, I just realized who Quantum Eraser is. It's Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck. When Daffy Duck is like, it's mine, it's all mine. When he grabs the dollar off the Tasmanian Devil, the whole show, the Tasmanian Devil is whipping his ass until freaking he got hold of a dollar. And then Daffy Duck whipped his ass saying, it's mine, it's mine, it's all mine, it's all mine. That's QE. Daffy Duck.
Just vainly hooting and hollering like the Looney Tunes that he demonstrates that he is. Or want to include the other backstabbers.
The show, Flat Earth Debate. It's mine, it's mine, it's all mine, it's all mine. Nathan Oakley's coming out with a book called Welcome to Flat Earth. It's mine, it's mine, it's all mine, it's all mine.
I tell you one thing QE can be held responsible for, besides being a thief, is he sowed more derision between anti-flat earthers, anti-globers, and flat earthers than almost anybody else that is discussing this topic. way he made fun of people. I mean, I bought into it too. Looking back on it, I'm kind of ashamed of myself. But the lording over of information, he's really like took the worst parts of people and put them on display.
But like you say, he's still doing it now, probably with the treatments and that. Not really just slagging people off and making them feel stupid. Calling people for saying a certain word, or not actually getting anywhere with the subject matter. It's just ripping people apart for the sake of doing it. Anyone could do that.
Yeah. His job was to expose, pretend the clown.
Go ahead, Neil.
His job was to expose, pretend the clown flat earthers. Well, your job should have been exposing thieves, because all you had to do was look in the mirror for that.
Yep, that's what I gave. Yeah, with your delusional Muppet narcissism. Yeah, well, we can just make it out to everybody else being Nancy's and we was, and they just don't understand. And just making it about people, just keep feeding that fire. We can just get the hell out of here. Yeah, the Earth's measured flat. We don't need your anti-glob rhetoric and delusional grasping of straws that, you're going to do this to us and you're going to do that to us. Spare me, clown shoes. No weapon formed against me shall prosper.
It is nice to be able to identify people who are easily gaslit, though, because they are stupid. Those types of people are just stupid, easily manipulated. They're the kind of people who end up getting conned. Now, don't get me wrong, I appreciate that the irony is I've been conned, but at the point that you carry on getting conned. So I was describing on the live show about the sunken cost fallacy, where, I've already invested this much money and the payout, the reward at the end is so high that I must continue to invest in what I've been, investing in. I've sunk too much money into it already, so I've just got to continue, past the point of no return. All those sorts of sentiments are what are exploited. Now, the kind of people who are around that and will continue to get scammed. So when scammers try and con people, there's a database that they keep of people who've already been scammed, because they're the most likely to get scammed again. Yeah? That is to say, they'll fall victim again. So there's a whole list of people that they go, we've got a fund set up to help the people who've been scammed. And it's just a new scam. They tell you, we're here to help you because you've been scammed, you've had all your money robbed, we'll help you get it back. What do you think they do? Scam them again. Yeah? So there's got to be a point that you go, hang on a second. So you're not helping me, you've conned me. Okay, right. I've got to cut my losses at this point. That's what I did. The people around us, though, it separates, as they say, the wheat from the chaff. You go, all right, so you understood implicitly. Flatsy is going to be the perfect example of that. I've got quotes from her. I understood we were helping you with your book, end quote. Okay, that's it. That's what you've described. Not with me coercing her into saying that. That's just her expressing her shock at the circumstance. But then after a little bit of discussion, now I see things differently now. Oh, I see. So once you've been told that the lamps were left on by the woman in the house, you understand that she must be nuts? Yeah? Definitely mad? Maybe she should be committed to the mental asylum, given how often she's leaving these lights on. She keeps saying that she's not left any lights on. But you understand differently now. The husband's explained it to you. Now you've had lots of explanation about how she keeps saying that she keeps leaving them off, but they're not off, are they? Those lights are on. But you understand now, do you? Now you've had some gaslighting. Yeah, we need to cut these people loose. Flatsy's a perfect example. Bye-bye, Dumbo.
Can you hear me?
Clear.
I just got a very, very long, lengthy message. Okay, it says, okay, yes, Nathan can promote his book anytime. I had said that before. A few lives to do a stages the event that is either expositionary style or interview style or whatever. Primarily, it would be wise to make sure it's not something impromptu. On this end, so he arrives and do our forum without any proper preparation on our end. Having a curated event is much better because then it removes the ability for people to just randomly interact or interject or overtalk. For examples, in the stages on Discord, only the host can talk. People have to raise their hand to be brought up. So,
Okay, now you are breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
And he's gone above and beyond to make it an event that, it's not just spontaneous pop in. Plan it, come on, and do it the right way.
Perfect. Send me his
That's
email
AI
address,
overlord.
and what I will do, Neil, is I'll add him to the mailing list for people who get a press release from me, and I'll just add him to the mailing list, and then he'll be same as everybody else. He'll get the information when it comes out. Hopefully, he'll arrange something with me.
Excellent. I'll do that as soon as I pull over.
Who was that, Neil?
Hi, CO Megaworthy. So now they're going to say the enemy of my enemy has become my friend. Has nothing to do with that. We're trying to promote a book here. All right? So, because other people burnt their bridges down to freaking the foundation, Nathan still has an open door. So, as many doors that he can promote the book, the better, because it is about trying to get another stream of revenue. So
yeah,
beautiful.
I'm totally fickle when it comes to these things. I mean, hopefully if you do speak to AI, you'll say Nathan was truly humbled given that he was accusing him of being a racist. So, one of those things that he can, turn the other cheek, if that's the correct terminology, when it comes to me moaning about him, and just offer me support. Be like, bloody hell, I'm completely taken aback by that. Not exactly lost for words, but close.
Yeah, you want as many avenues as you can, right? To promote it.
Within reason, I'll go anywhere. So, obviously I'll vet the people who I contact. If I'm contacting them via a mail out, it'll be people that have been put on the list. But that's not to say that there might be a few individuals on that list that are nefarious once they find out that it's me that's contacting them, or the subject that I'm covering, more likely, as opposed to, me. They'll turn it into a personal attack, but that will hopefully only be 1 in 10 of them. I would hope AI is not that type of guy. I don't think he is, in spite of how much moaning I've done about him. But you know what I mean? It's one of those, I'm completely fickle when it comes to these things. Yes, I'll just say, if you want to come on and promote something that I'm trying to use to generate a revenue stream so I can keep a roof over my head, then I'm obviously going to be all for it.
Yeah. So he's saying, in other words, that you could either just have it where you present it, or and then take questions, or half and half, whatever way you want to do it. It's good. So, but I'll send him. I'm almost home, and I'll be able to sit down, and I'll send him a message to what'd you say? To send you his email address. Couldn't hear because the wind.
I said, if you do happen to contact him, just say that I was a little bit taken aback, as in surprised, because I've moaned about him. But yes, if I can get his email address, once you give it to me, I'll just add it to the list. Paula will stick it on the mail merge, and he'll just get a press release when it comes out, which will indicate what he needs to do in order to have me on and have it discussed in his platform, or indeed make revenue from it if he wants to become an affiliate.
Right. Okay.
It's just beautiful, more and more fruitful.
Oh, you might get a kick out of this, Nathan. Oh, shoot. He's a scotch. But he's always been that way. Before we had the falling out, I used to like when AI came in. He used to drive John Refracted freaking crazy, but he used to try to refine people's arguments to make sure people are on point, right? So he says, I actually offered Flatsy Klein to go on ladies' night to talk about her book, LOL, which of course they declined because they'd rather do a 6.5 hour expose episode on me. That's funny.
Yeah, those are things to be sharpened between us all. And okay, you have a particular grievance, but when it's all said and done, yeah, you'll remove the chaff and we'll just have the wheat to consume.
So hold on. So he offered her, right, because she's claiming to be an author. So he said, come on and tell us all about the book. And they declined. I wonder why they're declining.
Oh yeah, just calling us him out, and the rest of us is just being liars. But yet you want to,
Well,
yeah, decline.
It's because they've just take a section of a clip of the 24/7, and rather than addressing any points of the topic, just slag people off.
Yeah, that makes you make everybody else stupid and an idiot so you could be the man. Right? That's always been my job. To expose the clown flat earthers.
And crush a glob
And you're going to end up,
and I'm the man.
You're just going to end up on your own and lonely in the end.
Well, he'll have Jenna, the female version of him, like that Seinfeld episode where he was dating a girl that was exactly like him. That's Jenna. Yeah. Level lioness. Another freaking one that does not have a moral code, that can't look at something and say, no, this is right and this is wrong. She's another one, gullible dummy, that, believes anything the mighty quantum racer says. If QE says it, then it's law. And if it's law, then I'm siding with QE. So he says either way, we could set apart a portion of time and promote, ahead of time, like a day or two in advance, at least to try to maximize attendance and benefit for Nathan to have that much impact with the time spent. All right, so I'm home. Let me send him a message to give me his email, or I'll just tell him to contact you directly. Either way.
That they'll make it wordy.
Second, John.
Yes.
Now that ain't fair. Anything about it, like AI or Lord, I give him a fair shot as I give anybody else, even when everybody was against him.
I'm not sure if he was breaking up there, John.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
You was breaking up, but you seem better now, yeah.
Yeah. it ain't fair to say that I didn't like AI Overlord. I give him a pair of shots. I give anybody else. You know, when all that stuff was
No, I said you didn't like him. I said, hold on. I didn't say you didn't like him. I said he drove you crazy because he was a scotch, and you always handled it well.
Well, I was never under the impression that there was some kind of charges I could file on him for lying or something like that when he would misspeak. You know, I give everybody the same. You know, extend it to everybody the same courtesies until they do something that makes me not.
How do you spell courtesy?
Courtesy?
Yeah, like your courtesy.
Courtesy. I think
That's how I got it. So I got it. It didn't mark it as corrected. It must be right. So I said, what is your email address? Nathan is asking so he can communicate with you. On the show now, after show actually, when I read what you said, when I read this to Nathan, he is truly humbled and taken aback by your courtesy. Does that sound okay? Well, that's it.
Good enough.
That's what I'd start. Yeah, I'm not as good as words with you as you. But yeah, that would be good because there's a lot of people on 24/7, and to have something set up where you go in there and like however you just work it out, whether it's just you, speaking or you have them interviewing you. Either way, they're going to be known. And if you have a Q&A, you know the questions that are going to be asked. You're going to get hit with them, and so what? So if somebody says, well, what happened with the book? You could at least disseminate it, short and sweet and to the point, what happened, so everybody is clear of what happened. You know, they're not hearing it from me. They're hearing it from the horse's mouth.
I'm sure Nathan will put something together because it's promoting the real book. I'm sure. I mean, I'm not speaking for. I'm just saying. I'm sure Nathan will just put something together as a something he can say on repeat over and over when he's promoting the book and put. This is my spiel on my book to promote it, and then you just answer questions about that. But you don't want to be getting. You don't be getting into any wrangle tangle, do we? If we just want to, it's a positive promotional,
Yeah, but I think I still think a nice formal round out of what happened would be great, because regardless of what you think, even though there's shows done on it, a lot of people have not heard what transpired. So a nice rounding out of the events that transpired, what it led into, and why this book is the way it is. That would be perfect.
Well, it's one of the chapters. It's the second to last chapter.
What's that?
I've written about it. It's one of the. It formed part of the chapter that was called The Betrayal. That's the title of the chapter. So I think it's second to last chapter. So it's one of those that Excellent. I can also use this to promote the material. That is to say, I'm not going to be vague, but if somebody comes to me and asks me about what transpired towards the end of the editorial process of what's called the first book, I'll tell them in general terms and then explain that it is covered in detail in a chapter called The Betrayal in my book that you'd have to go out and buy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you just touch on it, and then if you want more information, go and buy the book.
Yeah, that's what you want to be able to say with each and everything that gets brought up. Like, it's a link in. I can't remember the guy that I was watching. There's some bald guy who does advice for guys who are in the dating scene, and he drives around in his rather posh car and just talks about certain scenarios. And he's got a book, and what he'll do is he'll answer a question that he's got via email. I can't remember. If the name comes to me, I'll just say it, but I can't remember it this second. Anyway, he'll go through the question, answer it in general terms, and then refer the person to, I cover this in my book at chapter 6. In other words, enticing somebody to get the information in a more broad context from his book. That is to say, to have something that's saleable. Now, I hope, I don't know if I'll do this, I'll find out when I'm out on the road promoting it, if that's going to be possible for me. So somebody comes along and asks a question about, I don't know, Earth curve, and I go, yeah, well, obviously you've got a flat Earth prerequisite in the form of miles to describe the distance to it, and you've got to measure your height off flat Earth. But I do actually have a chapter called Earth Curve in my book, you know what I mean? In other words, I can link into suggesting that somebody gets a more expansive understanding of this particular aspect after disclaiming how flat Earth must be measured in semi-broad terms to answer the question. So I'm not dodging the question and saying, oh, you'll have to read my book, because that's a crap answer, isn't it? You want to get the general flavour of what I talk about in the book in an actual answer, rounded out with, I expand on this in more detail in the chapter called Earth Curve, for example. Or the curve calculator. Somebody starts asking about how if they're more advanced, distance to horizon at a tangent point would mean that we do have sphericity at a tangent point. I go, well, the tangent point is derived by 3 flat Earth prerequisites: elevation from surface level and eye level. Well, once you've got those 3 flat Earth prerequisites, you can break down with a depression angle the distance to a geometric horizon below the surface level. I cover this in quite some detail in my book, in the chapter called The Earth Curve Calculator. You see what I mean? So it's not answering the question, but it's giving it in terms that most people can understand at a semi-coherent level, but not fully. I'm not expounding on it entirely. I'm just giving you the general gist of what was covered in an entire chapter that's probably 10 pages long.
Yeah. That's a skill, that, to do that as well, because you sort of like, you're giving him a little bit of bait and just pulling him in a little bit, and in order for him to think, oh, God, that sounds really good, that, Nathan. I want to know more about that. I'm going to buy that book. And from what Nathan's told me, it sounds really interesting. I'd like to just get a bit more involved. So, yeah, but that's a skill to do that, isn't it? Like, probably the guy you're talking about, whose name you can't remember at the moment, he's probably really good at doing that. It's a skill.
A skill that I don't know if I possess or not. I'll only find that out when I'm out on the road promoting the book. So it's going to be one of those that I don't know how well it's going to go. What I do know is the main thing I want from this book isn't necessarily what the book has to be in order to sell. So my means to an end for the book is to get me in front of people. So if you compare me to someone in the arena currently, it'd be Dave Weiss. He's got a product, his app, and he goes out because he wants to promote the app. That is to say, his purpose in being there is promotion of his app. Now, in the process of promoting his app, people get to be familiarised with Dave Weiss and his rhetoric when they're interviewing him. And at some stage, he says, well, I can cover that in my app. There's all sorts of videography about how Earth's not a ball. Go and buy my app. If I can just have 2 minutes of your time to explain what it is, it's called the Sun, Moon and Zodiac Clock app, and this is what it looks like. And inside, you've got a link to these videos, and there it is, just like we were just talking about. All these videos that you want to see from various different flat Earth videographers. Isn't that wonderful? Now, go and buy it for $5 or whatever he charges for it, right? But it's got a purpose in being there, as opposed to, oh, no, great, I talk about flat Earth. Yeah? Now, you can do that, but then you have to be more reactive rather than proactive, because people don't like the guy that says, have me on because I'm ace. So if you're going to be reactive in that regard, you've got to take the Mark Sargent approach. Allow people to approach you and then say yes to them all. Go out wherever anybody requires you. Yes, I'll be on your show. Yeah? But you can't necessarily proactively contact these people and say, can you have me on to talk about my flat earth clues? What are flat earth clues? Well, me talking about flat earth. Okay. That seems a little self-indulgent. But if you've got a product to sell, then you've got a product to sell. You then become a representative, an ambassador for an item, a thing, an app, a book, a movie that's coming out. The product that's been produced by you. You've got a name on that product as a producer, but ultimately what you want from the audience is to promote the product. Now, you could say, if you're very, very good at it, you are the product, right? You've got to sell yourself. Now, that's also true. I've got to be as per the product when I'm there representing myself because I'm opening my mouth, right? But ultimately, I've got a justifiable reason to get in touch with people. That's my end game. That's what I want the book for. What do I want? Well, I'm a YouTuber. What do YouTubers want? Well, to be able to reach more people and influence them so that they can afford you more stuff, right? Pay the bills. That's afforded you when you gain a bigger audience and get more views and get more super chats and get more PayPals and Patreons. Those things occur, growth, by being out and about. Well, what do you need to manifest that? Well, you need, in my mind, a thing to be in front of them with, a justifiable reason to be in front of them, to be contacting them. So when I send out the information, people will go, this makes sense. This is something I'm familiar with. They'll have had a press release for something previously. They'll know about how people go out and promote their things on their shows. That's what people do. As opposed to, well, I'm just me. This is me and this is what I do. And I just want to tell you about what I do. People kind of sneer at that to a certain extent.
And I think, Nathan, you've got to, and you're not lying here. I could probably say, and you could say yourself, you've been top of the notch on this subject matter, we'll call it for now, for since the beginning. Now, this book, there's actually no other book like this, and this is I can't get my words right, but this is the new chapter. So some people have latched on, but there's no other book like this. It ends the argument, it ends the debate, and it explains how and why. No other book regarding this subject matter is doing that. And, if you can sort of put that into some sort of, that was sounded a bit crap the way I said it, but I think you get the drift of what I'm trying to say.
That sounds good. Nathan, spin it that way, because it is true, Nathan. I've said it before. We've talked about it. No other book has what you're putting out. They may infer it and pass over it, vaguely, but you put your flag down there on the flat Earth measurements.
I found this guy's name. Yes, I will put that positive spin.
As for Nathan being top dog, we'll call him, or the Flat Earth Rhyming King. Nathan is. It's a big deal to say we ain't doing this anymore. We're going to sack housekeeping questions off. Yeah, and this is what we're doing. I'm not irrelevant. It's always been this way. This is a new thing for people. Yeah. So, but as it but as people start to realize, well, yeah, what have we been doing for the last how many years? This is a new chapter of the whole thing. And Nathan is the promoter of it and the arbiter of it with this book.
That's correct. And you know what I think you should clear up too? Because I think I heard him saying something. I don't know if it was derogatory towards measurements, but in other words, I was taking the approach of Job, where he says, where were you when I put a line across the earth? We need to clarify that we don't claim to be measuring the entirety of the earth. You know what I'm saying? What we do say here is that when you take an elevation angle, you are measuring the earth flat. And the necessity for any of these things is a flat earth.
It's funny, you guys, like we've all kind of had the feeling of don't use our stuff. And perhaps people who don't understand the context think that, it's a bit absurd to be like, hey, don't use our stuff. What does that mean? So let me give you a little bit of light into what happened yesterday. So we were over at 24/7, and what's his name? Crap. I wish I
Tony,
remembered his
Ian,
name right.
Fred, Frankie,
Neil.
Simon.
Neil. So Neil is like linking us to TikTok, because TikTok just had seems like a well of Globers, and kind of just like patched it in through the Discord. And we had a few conversations with Globers yesterday. And the guy comes in and he says, okay, look, I want to have a discussion, but what I want to take off the table, and it was music to our ears. He was like, I don't want to talk about the sun. I don't want to talk about the stars. I don't want to talk about the moon. I don't want to talk about the sky. I only want to talk about terrestrial measurements. And I was thinking, excellent. You know what this little prick does right after that? He starts to go, well, for my map, I'm using, Latin lawn. So what will you be using? So he literally, in saying that he's garnered these distances using this system, he's saying you can't use the stars, you can't use the sky, but he very much did. And he wanted to gloss over that fact, like he didn't use the flat earth to begin with. Because the moment we said, well, okay, well, what measurements were taken to get the system that you're using? And he's like, that's irrelevant. So while they're hijacking our stuff, they don't want people to know that they're hijacking our stuff. Now, a hijack sounds like a hijack no matter which way you slice it, because it sort of sounds similar like a book in which you have to kind of, create this fictional narrative around what happened instead of actually just telling it like it is. Now, why would you have to do that? Because you're stealing some stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, like you say, his latitude measurement is a measurement from sea level, an elevation angle measurement. So, yeah. You are using the Earth, using sea level, aren't you, as the for the elevation angle measurement. That's how latitude is measured.
I found the guy's name that I was looking for earlier. The guy's called Entrepreneurs in Cars, and he ultimately just covers dating stuff. So the video that's come up on my list, things like Ultimate Dating Guide for 50+ Men, Dating Professional Women, 14 Points Men Must Understand, things like that.
But just back to the book. Your book is not, it's not an argumentative book to get into an argument, because there is no argument when we're talking about measurements. It's a book about your journey, and there's some stories in there, there's characters in there, and, it's different in that way. It's unraveling what you've been through to get to the point you're at now, to say, it's always just been measured that way. Like you didn't come up with these measurements. Sea level has always been here, hasn't it? The creator gave us sea level to work with. So, yeah, the way you put something together to promote this book is very important. You need to entice somebody into this is. I'll come up with something. There's something in my mind that I need to write down about this. But when we get it out there, it's going to sound fantastic.
Well, that's one of the other reasons why I'd say it's providence that the book needed to be rewritten in its entirety after it was stolen. And that's because I needed to incorporate or pepper the text with that fact that it's not an argument. So I have to put in various different disclaimers throughout the chapters saying, for instance, saying for there to be a so-called argument, or for there to be a perception of an argument, this must occur. You know what I mean? In other words, while I'm describing it, I'm saying to have a so-called argument, for it to be perceived that there's an opposition. I'm having to phrase it in those ways so that while I'm recognising that there's a literal debate happening in the chapter that's being discussed in detail and broken down, I still have to make it clear to the reader that this isn't actually a debating point, but for there to be a perception of a debating point, these things will and can only occur. Do you see what I mean? So instead of just saying, in the debate about Earth curve, it's now, well, for there to be the perception that we can debate about where a physical geometric spherical horizon must be, we must first measure the distance in linear miles that are a flat Earth prerequisite, meaning that there isn't actually any need to debate because both sides require flat Earth prerequisites. Then you go into discussions about what the Earth curve calculator is, or how it's broken down, how it fails, you know, things like that. But it's all done under the guise of for there to be the perception of a debate, as opposed to here's a debating point, this is how it breaks down, and one side over the other wins. It's like there isn't a debating point. That's an unnecessary evil that we've had to go through with the perception that there's a debate. Further to that, I've summarised it at the end and said that, well, throughout the book again, that there's got to be a group of people created for the opposition to be controlled. So when people on the conspiratorial side hear of things like controlled opposition narratives, most people are familiar with this sort of terminology if you're in the conspiratorial realm. And most people at any level are understanding when you say, well, in order to control the opposition, you must lead it. Most people go, oh, yes, I've heard that before, at least at some level. Well, if you've got what seems to be grassroots growth, how can you control it? The question would arise. And you go, well, you lead certain types of people to the subject. What types of people? Conspiratorial people. I said this on today's live show. Like, well, how does that relate to me? Well, I was studying psychopathy. It's how I open the book. Basically saying, here I am, I'm a conspiracy theorist studying subliminal messages and psychopathy, the pseudoscience thereof. And then I come across flat Earth. So immediately you're getting the idea from the very first words in the book that there's a certain type of person that's telling this story. Who? Well, obviously me, but the type of person is a type that's geared towards a conspiratorial endeavour when dealing with the subject of flat Earth. Therefore, flat Earth can be that group of people who are like me. So when I'm describing the various early stages of interviewing people on Flat Earth UK, I'm telling the audience, or reader in this instance, that the people who I'm interviewing all have a similar story about the conspiracies that they've come from and how I must find out about them. Not, let's figure out whether or not Earth's flat. Oh, well, let's just go and have a look at primary source and see what's actually what. Because in my mind at the time, and everybody else's, primary source is globe. By presupposition. You just don't know what you don't know. But you forget all your, in my case, my education, you forget what they taught you in the school that I went to, that my parents paid an absolute shit ton of money to put me in. And that was go and find out where that information came from at source. I just chucked it all out the window immediately because it was so exciting. Right? 1 minute you're learning how they embed various messages into text and pictures. Then you're learning about the evil nature of narcissism and psychopathy. And then you're finding out that the psychopaths of the world have lied to us all. It's flat. Well, okay. How do I go forward in this? Well, there's going to be people out there smarter than you that will tell you exactly how you need to endeavour in this arena. I remember being told by Anthony Riley, this is how we debate this subject. Well, what's this? It's called the Earth curve calculator. This is how we debate. What is it? Oh, okay. Oh, God, I have to figure out how this works. Bloody hellfire. Right, this is crap. And what do you know? There's an army of dweebs who know more about it than I do. Bloody hell, this looks bad. Yeah, that's how you control the opposition. make sure both sides are led into a specific type of discussion about how this subject matter should be discussed. That's flat Earth. And it should be about how ball-shaped it isn't or is by way of an Earth curve calculator. Well, now we just need to arrange the players around the game that we've formulated. Who should we have on what side? Let's have low-value, fart-sniffing dweeby males on the geeky, low-value, conspiratorial globe side. And, to oppose them, pot-smoking wankers, conspiratorial idiots who can come in and tell you about how they've had a great day sniffing their own feet and their sandals. So fart sniffers versus feet sniffers. You're like, oh, brilliant, we've got all the players. Now you just need to chuck out a few bits of bait. And where do we chuck them? Well, see this little pond here? This is full of people looking into conspiracies. Chuck flat Earth in that pond. Watch all the fish go nibble on it.
Funny thing is, as well, I mean, you could say in one breath, like the book's like advanced. You know, I'll use the word advanced in the fact that nobody else is just getting to this root of the matter of the measurement. But it's back to basic. It's basics, isn't it? It's just coming back to saying we've got a sea level, and this is how we measure everything on Earth. It's horizontal elevation angles for mapping and navigation. It's simple, but then we're saying this is it's advanced. This now nobody's thinking this way, but it's simple, isn't it?
Yes and no. The way it's written is simplistic in each chapter, is coming back to the base principle of Earth being measured flat in all instances. That's always going to be the predominant round out or incorporation to each chapter. But in terms of how the book's laid out, is it simple or is it advanced? Well, it actually gets progressively more complicated as you read the book, and each concept builds on the last. That is to say, it's self-referencing previous chapters, sometimes where I literally will say, see chapter on Earth curve, when I've got to a point where I'm like, no, I've expanded on this so much that I can just only cross-reference the previous chapter, so that I don't have to now incorporate an explanation of gravity right in the middle of the science chapter. You know, it's already been done in a previous chapter, but you've learned about gravity as you've progressed through the book, and as the concepts ramp up in complexity, you are, as you just put it, having the prerequisite flat Earth pointed out at all stages. So it does always bring the reader back to basics. But if you're a reader, I'll see if this gets confirmed after it comes out. I'll be intrigued to find how people take it in this regard. How heavy going did you find it? The expected answer, because I've read my own book now a couple of times, right? And as I've read it, I've in my own mind gone, this gets increasingly more difficult to comprehend as you go through it. The likelihood of you wanting to reread a sentence increases as you progress through the book. Now, obviously, I've given the reader as much knowledge or build up to the information that they're taking on at any given time so that it does make sense. And I try as best as I can to not overly repeat myself, because you do have to repeat certain aspects of certain chapters that you've covered in summary to make the chapter that you're talking about make sense in that context. But without it being repetitive, that's to say boring, and without it being too heavy going from start to finish, I've had to hack out certain sections of certain chapters so that as you go into the book, you get all three aspects of people, events and ideas from the very early stages so that you're enticed to read the whole book. And as it does get more complicated, you'd hope that the back to basics nature of learning how Earth's measured flat, as you've started, you'll want to read on, because that should be a complete revelation to the newbie. If the newbie gets hold of the book, they'll be like, bloody hell, like you keep exclaiming, you keep saying people should take this as an absolute revelation. Well, yes, if you are infuriated as an anti-flat earther by the simple facts in the matter, then you'll just burn the book and piss on it. You won't get to the end because you won't be able to, from a point that you can't mentally cope with it. But I would hope, because it leans in and escalates slowly, it's like boiling a frog. You know, it doesn't necessarily notice the complexity of the heat, in this case by comparison, increasing over time. It's just getting a bit more complicated as you read on. So is it, what was the word you used? It wasn't complex you used. What was the word you used? Advanced.
Yeah, advanced.
yeah, it is advanced. You know, especially when you get to some of the chapters that, in my opinion, are the most complicated in the entire arena. When you get to Coriolis effect, as much as, don't get me wrong, I'm sure every single one of you could summarise 2 reference frame, ball seems to curve as you turn underneath, right? It's nice and easy to summarise actual Coriolis deflection as observed from non-inertial turning reference frames. It's not complicated. The true Coriolis effect, how it gets applied to a sphere Earth, the consequences thereof, and the avoidance of the awful truth that that doesn't happen by anti-flat earthers is a complicated subject. And to expand on it in detail, that incorporates various aspects of Earth curve, its sphericity, flat planar prerequisites for turning reference frames. That was a very complicated chapter to write. So was the gravity chapter for similar reasons, right? These aren't simplistic things. Gravity requires you explain about 4 different things. You know, relative density in terms of Archimedes' principle, Newtonian gravity in terms of mass attracting mass out of date by 111 years, Einsteinian gravity when you come to the introduction of extra dimensions, and quantum gravity when you're talking about string theory. So straight away you've got all sorts of different concepts that need to be unpacked one at a time so that someone can get to the end understanding of how nonsensical the whole concept is, how it's applied to a spherical Earth, how it's used as a catch-all term, get out of jail free wand to wave, and how it ultimately doesn't achieve those ends. And even if you accepted, as they want you to, that it does somehow achieve those ends, you'll require a flat Earth in order to achieve them. So if that's another complicated chapter, like Coriolis, gravity's complicated. The R value is the be-all and end-all of all the chapters. It's the most complicated because it essentially incorporates everything. One of the shortest housekeeping questions we used to ask, any evidence of R? No. Well, no. Actually, the expansion of that topic is the incorporation of everything heliocentric. So the R chapter went on and on and on. It started off as like 20 pages. And I had to say to Paul, we're going to have to hack this back. We're going to have to try and make this more concise, leave out
Thank
sections.
God.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, thank God. But in my mind, the only reason I'm doing it is because you want to be able to appeal to more people. But what you end up doing is just making that aspect of that chapter more concise. And what does more concise mean when it comes to something complex? Better. So it got better.
Yes, indeed. And what does gravity have to do with flat Earth? Anyway, but I get what you're saying. Yeah.
But let me say this. Yeah, that was great, that, Nathan. But what I'm saying is that I love when you say that the chapters work up to help the reader work up in levels to the. I think you need to, and you've just explained it. But that, I mean, don't get me wrong. That was, I know you was talking about other things. You need, if you are going to write something down as your review as a promotional spiel for the book, that's brilliant. I love that you've started off to help the reader, and as you get through the book, it builds up and builds up, but it can get a little bit more complex, and you might need a bit more time to. I think you need to just say that in a way that and not exaggerate any more on it. I think the fact that you even say that will intrigue the reader to think, God, well, this is going to be great because I'm going to start off at that level, and Nathan's done it in such a way that it's going to help me as I go on. And I think that's all they need to know. You don't need to like overkill that. But I think it's great how you've done that. And I think you just need to reword it really, really good when you promote the book.
In terms of promotional material, have you not heard my synopsis?
No, let's hear it.
Okay, this will be on the back of the book, and I'll take sections of this to use in the press release. Nathan Oakley opens the wardrobe door and invites you to venture through to experience his enigmatic journey discovering the facts and measurements used to create a globe-shaped world akin to Narnia, atop which many of us believed we lived. Witness this exciting journey through the back rooms and rabbit holes of sex, deathbed confessions, betrayal, illegal drug manufacturing, guns and angles, music and madness, myths and monsters, all told with the backdrop of heliocentric ancient history, culminating in one simple fact. The Earth was, is, and always will be measured flat.
Eli, go on mute.
Yeah, I have heard that, and I've just heard it again, and that I love it. Absolutely love it. I mean, that's just enough to, go and buy the book. That's what you need to say, really.
I hope so.
Brilliant.
It's enthralling, but it's also reality.
One person got back to me and were like, if it's got sex in it, I'm not buying it.
It don't have sex in it. What is wrong with these people?
I mean, I
Just
did
have
get into
somebody
that person
jerking
was I think they might have even been a member. And I was like, well, I'm not going to sugarcoat the experience. And a lot of the lowbrow stuff, and I'm not going to sugarcoat that either, is about people. And when it comes to people have sex. Now, in my book, it's not about people having sex. It's about people interacting with each other. There's an anecdote about somebody being quite pervy and, let's just say, handling themselves during a Skype call with one of the female participants of a group I was in. Well, that Neil knows the story, so he's laughing because it's an amusing anecdote. But incorporated into that particular anecdote, it's being told under the banner of how conspiratorial two individuals were. Their specific conspiracies being, things like Microsoft listening in on phone calls, something that later did come out and was absolutely disclaimed. I think it was when Windows 10 came out. Yes, we are listening to your microphones, but we need to. Yeah, but they'd already been doing it for years. They just didn't tell anyone. Well, that's a conspiracy until it gets revealed by the perpetrator, and then it's normalised, right? Well, that was an avenue of one of these particular individuals, again, that had been had a flat earth subject matter plopped in a pool that they were already in. The same individual, although it's not written about in my book, was also into 9/11 and all the usual standard shit that conspiracy theorists are into. And a different guy who were interacting with each other about flat earth, actually debunking the globe, one of which used a metaphor is like the earth as a sphere is a giant papier-mâché ball that you can poke your finger through if you just go up to it. Looks really solid until you touch it. And you're like, yeah, okay, so we're talking about how the earth ain't a ball then, immediately. Well, these two individuals ended up falling out in the same way as I've been robbed towards the end of the book because they've had flat earth key rings for sale. Yeah? So I'm describing this in terms of that particular individual behaving like in the most literal and figurative way, wanker, and how that's the representative of flat earth at the time. You're like, yeah, this is a rigged game, isn't it? How did this guy get here? Well, he was interested in various different conspiracies. Again, he was into 9/11 and he was into Mandela effect and he was into no forests on a flat earth and all sorts of other shite. That's what was the people that they were who were representative of flat earth at the time, right? But they're good to make an example. Now that again is back to that sex, right? This person was jacking off on a webcam. So that's going to be talked about. It's amusing, true, and typifies the type of people in the arena. For a point to be made, how you control the opposition. Us, as flat earthers, how we, as a perceived to be grassroots movement, are actually populated by wankers and conspirators. But like I say, I actually explained some of that, not all of it, to this person. It was like, if it's got sex in it, then as a Christian, I don't want to read it. You're like, okay, I mean, even Christians have sex. I didn't say that. But, that's just the story. And I also exampled where porn bombing happened. Now, am I describing the intimate details of what was on screen when I was porn bombed? No. But literally there was sex on screen that I had to edit out. And that's why, hence, the terminology and describing sex on the back cover is appropriate, in my humble opinion, as I justified it to this single individual who's like, I'm not buying it if there's sex in it.
Well, how did he think he arrived on this plane? And
not with sex, as a Christian, Stork brought him.
I got a little.
Just one thing, though, Neil, before you regarding the the webcam, the sex thing. Have you got any web links for that person, please?
Have I got a link to the event?
Yeah, brilliant idea that was. Let's put links in a book. I have a little conspiracy. AI seems to think. For example, it is evident to me that part of Adam's motivation for his accelerated campaign against me was directly linked to averting attention away from himself. In other words, he was basically projecting all of his treachery that was going on in the background onto me publicly. One such example is him accusing me of wanting to steal his position on ball busters. which was just a Freudian slip, confession that he was actually working on stealing a position from somebody. Looking back, the pattern is easy to connect that Adam Meakin, merely on his alleged assistance of Nathan, was already plotting against him. His motivation to help Nathan is therefore tainted and can never be accepted that it ever was pure. In other words, he didn't offer his help to Nathan to help Nathan. He offered his help to Nathan to help himself. That being said, personally, I don't think Quantum Eraser had the same designs. I think that he was directly influenced by Adam Meakin over the duration of their interactions with the book with Nathan. In other words, Adam Meakin was the scumbag from the start, and he infested Quantum Eraser with his airborne scumbaggery. I don't know about that. To me, I think it was the other way around.
No, what did you call him earlier? Scooch.
Yeah.
So what he's
a scooch.
Oh, just don't reveal his little game. I mean, AI, if you're trying to piss QE off by demeaning his involvement and ascribing a greater degree of nefarious nature to Adam, then, I mean, touche. I mean, that does amuse me, but, I mean, when it comes to being a prick, it takes one to know one. I mean, I don't know what to say about that. I see straight through it in terms of what is being attempted to be achieved by AI Overlord. So immediately, within one or two paragraphs, he is who he is, right? But we all know who AI Overlord is. But if you were to hear that, if you're the head honcho, perceived to be the most important, the big I am, and then someone comes along and says, nah, this person was being led by this other dude.
Yeah.
So what he's doing is, just to summarise it, he's just stirring the pot, AI Overlord, which, while I find amusing, is also a little bit like, okay, that's kind of a little bit telling in terms of AI's nature. Not that that's particularly surprising. We all know who AI is, right? But still, very funny.
Yeah, well, they were on it. Adam was definitely on a campaign when that whole thing transpired with Brian and everything. They were gunning for him. So I can understand why he feels the way he feels, but I do not see it that way at all. I see that freaking Huey used Adam right to the freaking penny.
He's using everybody. He's got Brian dangling by his balls. He's kissing Adam's ass, and Adam's loving it. And he's got Flatsy where he wants her. He's just a fucking user.
And then it all ends up about Betty. Wow.
Hey, correct me if I'm wrong. Even when we were doing Ballbusters, Betty was out of sight for how long? She was never there.
Do you mean out of line of sight, mate?
I think
she was
you're
out of
telling
line
this
of
all
sight.
wrong. What we need is the Violin Music Festival. Na, 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 na. Poor Betty was out with her man who didn't love her. She was eventually to be rejected by this lost soul, never to find a man again. The cobwebs started to grow inside her vagina.
Then I found the internet. And I met a group of people.
And one of them was called QE, and he didn't just give one citation. Sometimes he'd give 3.
And then there was the guy, Nathan. He was a bit abrasive and loud and shouty. But he formed a group where people would get together and talk. Oh, that wasn't called Fatter Debate? It wasn't a show? Oh, boy.
Yeah, you can look at it like Rumpus. You can just consider it as real. Wait, it's just real. We're all here on FED.
Well, hopefully you hear from Chuck sometime this week. Tomorrow, one of your Patreons, Nathan, who really wanted me to sign my name on your book for whatever reason, I would have done it. But of course, we don't have it. Perhaps we would have had it if there wasn't scumbags in the ranks. But anyway, that's besides the point. Skeptic 936 is passing through tomorrow and stopping by my house. So I'll
Oh,
get
you
to
can have
meet.
your own little flat Earth meetup. Oh, isn't that sweet?
Yeah, so we'll have lunch and whatever. He was very generous to me when I had my accident, and
me.
Even yeah, of course and that's what I'm saying. You opened up not only your wallet to me, Nathan, on various times, but you opened up your community to me, and that was never done by anybody else. But anyway, he's been very generous to me, and sometimes I'm not even expecting anything. He will send me something. All right, so he's going to come by tomorrow. We're going to have some lunch. I don't think he could stay because he's driving to Tennessee to see his daughter. So that'll be cool. It would have been nice if the would have had the book, but what I'll do is when it is available in hardcover, I will get a copy. I'll sign it. If you could sign it first, that would be even better. I'll get it from you and then I'll sign it and send it off to him. He's a good guy. As soon as I told him the situation, he was like, "You don't have to tell me anymore. I'll never be over there again." And you never seen him over there again.
I mean, I've had to buy a new fountain pen for the amount of signature requests I've had, Neil.
But see, this is what I'm talking about people that are smart and could see what was done. You don't even have to persuade them. I told him when it was happening, what was going on. I forgot the words he used, but he was like, "Say no more. He's a scumbag. I don't even want to be near him. You'll never see me there again." And I never did.
Who was this?
Skeptic 936. He's one of Nate. He's in a chat every now and then. He's part of Nathan's Patreon crew that support Nathan. Just a regular guy. He lives in California. I think he pans for gold.
Right.
But he's got some interesting videos where he's like, "I don't know, it could be bear over there." Bear? Once I hear the word bear, I'm gone. He's like, "No, I didn't bring my spray." Spray? If you don't have a freaking bazooka, then what the hell are you doing where there's bear? That's the city in me. He's like, "Nah, they don't bother you." Shit. Ain't taking any chances. This guy was telling me the other day how to fix his carpet. He's telling me all about, yeah, you can go, listen, great whites, the human body gives off a scent where you are repulsive to sharks. He'll be swimming right next to a great white and yeah, okay. I guess he never seen Jaws.
Yeah, I had seen that film, Neil, the Schwarzenegger one with the sexton. I can't remember how long ago I watched that, but I really enjoyed the film. But I was either not, I either thought I still lived on a globe and I didn't, or the sexton facts of the matter hadn't come into the conversation. But yeah, great film that.
That's the one with Sly and Schwarzenegger, right?
Yeah, where he has to test prisons out to see how he can escape. Yeah, it was a good movie, but I have watched it whenever it was, and I didn't pick up on the sexton, and that was either because it was that long ago, I was still a baller, not knowingly, or Tenth hadn't brought the facts of the matter, how celestial navigation works.
Have you went back and watched it since then?
Not the full movie. No, I watched the clip that you sent me.
What'd you think of the clip?
Yeah, love it. Yeah. It just brought it back to me, the film. I remember watching the film and thinking, God, this is a great film.
Yeah, they could find their location because they didn't know where the ship was. But, with the sextant, they could pretty much get an idea.
Yeah.
Ain't that something? So the stars are utilized, right, to find where you are so you don't get lost and die at sea.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, in the film, obviously, we could sort of drill down and say, well, you can't actually find your exact location because of blah, 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 blah. But they were just getting the point across. You need a sextant is used to find your location, was the message, wasn't it? Really?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. We're not going to sort of say, well, but where was the almanac and what star did you use and where's your chart? They're just saying we needed a sextant to find our location, and that's correct.
Right. He did say we used the pole star, right? I think he did say it in that. When he explained it to them, or make a sextant, I forgot how he laid it out, but yeah, the main thing, even with the sextant, the main thing is you're utilizing Earth as flat. Even get your freaking location. Right? That was the whole thing with it. That's why 10th Man was breaking down the circles of equal altitude, because now you have thousands of miles of flat ocean. Right? You don't even need to say this can't happen on a ball. You just said thousands of miles of flat. Earth is measurably flat.
Well, even when in the past they said, well, it's nothing to do with the surface of Earth, which the Mariner sextant is. Even when you get rebutted with it, it's nothing to do with the surface of Earth. Well, okay, what are you measuring? Well, I'm measuring an elevation angle. Has that got anything to do with curvature? No. Okay, then. So what's your point?
Yeah, making a statement of fact. Like, how should the new housekeeping question go? Let me hear your take on how we should ask the housekeeping question one day.
I don't think it's not a question. It's a statement of fact. There is no other way that Earth can be measured any other way than flat. It's not a question.
Statement of fact. We're spitting facts after all, right?
Yeah, man. Spitting out facts.
And that's just that.
And you might not like that. And if Earth was a big roast chicken, a finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing.
That was a good one. I still think you should really, because you got a way with words. You got a way to put them together. You're a poet, and you know it, right? I think there should be a poem about thieves.
Yeah, well, it's...
You could take the whole scenario and turn it into a wonderful poem about how two panel members became thieves. I think it would be a great poem.
You sounded like that, Trump. I think that'd be a great poem. You did sound like Donald Trump then, mate.
We have one deck, and he writes wonderful poems. As a matter of fact, he's going to write a poem about thieves.
He doesn't know it yet, but he will. I didn't tell him. Somebody else did. But it'll be a good poem. Not as good as mine if I wrote it, but it'll be good.
I wrote the best poems, of course, but his is up there. I used to do Trump when he was first elected. I haven't done it for a while, so I'm a little rusty. Who's the guy that he had? Baghdadi is dead. They shot him. He begged, but we killed him anyway.
I just got to drop for a minute, guys.
So, look, I had wrote a poem because I felt so much grief.
Well, go ahead.
But where did it go? Seems it was stolen from a thief.
Sweet.
Can't even write a poem when I'm under grief because when I tried, it was stolen by two thieves. I like it a lot. Hey, look, this is their lot in life. That's why I was laughing when I was listening to those clips yesterday, Eli, because the whole time I'm saying, yeah, it's pissing me off, calling me a freaking, whatever his name was, sewer rat midget, which I think he's 5'7". I don't know. I heard he's an inch taller than me. Wow, what a giant. Anyway, this is forever what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to defend their book and tell people how they did not steal it, that it's always been theirs. Huh? Have fun.
You made your bed, you will lie in it. You'll lie, cry, and deny, pretend and defend. All because you had to be a greedy, gaslighting grifter.
Anybody got any idea what I should call today's show? I've already got a thumbnail with like a cartoon
Thieves
of a
and
couple of
robbers.
kids. Okay, my thumbnail's got a kid at the top of a slide with me pointing to the top, and another kid at the bottom of a slide with me pointing at the bottom of it.
Okay, that'll have to be something else then.
Use like a thumbnail of like Aladdin and the Den of Thieves.
I just need a title. The top and bottom of it, the north and south of it, something like that.
Hmm.
The north and south of it.
Yes. Yeah.
That's a good one. The north and south of it. Yeah.
Because then you can play off the ongoing with the mapping guy.
Well, everything has a north side to it, right?
Yeah, but have you been to the south side?
No, see, see, the downside is what happened. It's the Debbie Downer, guys that we once thought were friends became scumbags. So that was a downside, a south side for a little bit.
So when do we get to
But
the
now,
upside of
hold
things?
on, now we're at the north side of things. Things are looking up. Things are looking north.
Okay, I got to jump in here. Everyone hear of the Hitchcock movie called North by Northwest?
We did now.
Okay, well, they need to retitle it Up by Upright.
Wait, what is it called? The real movie?
The real movie is called North by Northwest. We need to rename it Up by Upright.
No, we're using.
Thinking a little bit.
Yeah, but we're using it the opposite way. Whenever we say up, we say north. So basically, he's got it right. Oh, I see. You want to turn it around.
Turn around to up by upright instead of north by northwest. Got to be up by upright. It'll sink in a while.
So Eli, one that comes in and he starts singing north side south. You're turning me north side south. Boy, you turned me.
Inside out.
That was me, and I actually posted that 2 weeks.
Yeah, it was one deck. Stop being QE, will you? Jeez. Whoever said it was hysterical would turn it into a Diana Ross song. North side south. Boy, you turned me.
Oh, okay. Well, wait. I got that. I've been posting some stuff in Master B, like somewhere over the rainbow, way north high. There.
It just shows the mental gymnastics and the projection of cognitive dissonance coming from these individuals. When it's not that serious, you're just measuring the earth flat. It's flat.
No. If you're in the woods and you got a compass that's looking for north, it's gonna point up. It's gonna break right through the glass, and it's gonna point up.
Now, some force that's not a force, but you could think of it as a force, is going to take a hold of the needle and just smack up the glass and start pointing up.
Yeah, that's what you should do, Nathan. Get a little drawing of somebody holding a compass and it breaking up and pointing north, and then the kid be like, "What?" and have his arm pointing north, saying, "But I thought it's that way." How am I going to get up there?
Are you going to get north
Yeah, how to
there?
confuse the compass. Go ahead.
How you going to get where?
North.
I was just saying how to confuse a compass. Just invoke the God-believing zealotry.
Oh, so how you going to get north there? How you going to get north there? Well, I'm going to climb.
You remember, just climb a tree. Remember, it's one of the basis of, proving that we're on a spinning wet testicle, barreling into a 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum next to the gas pressure we breathe. Oh, wait, after all that nonsense of just measuring the earth flat. But you can definitely climb a tree.
Step it north, let's go. Step it north. Move with a purpose. Yeah, we wore that joke out real quick, didn't we?
Yeah, but it was still quite funny and beautiful.
But getting back to the book, it is true what one deck said. You could just pull a random flat Earth book out, and there'll be nothing about measurements in it at all. At all. It'll be how that don't work, how this don't work, how it's not a sphere. There's 200 proofs Earth is not a globe. You'll find this book, you'll find that book, but you will not find the book talking about how Earth is measured and how it's measured flat. So that's going to catch a lot of people's attention.
Yeah. Nathan's book is the one that will not be surpassed ever. I mean, we can go forward from this and, oh, this measures the earth flat and this is cool over here. Look at this, flat earth measurement that, we were not knowledgeable yet at that moment. But yeah, this will be the standout, surpass, paramount work.
Yeah, because nobody's covering that. Nathan's just covering something that nobody's covering. The measurement of Earth, the baseline needed for all measurements, the sea level needed, mean sea level needed for everything.
Yeah, or it'll get woven into, other fallacious crap and, by the deflectors that, want to push their anti-glob rhetoric or make it about category errors and other such nonsense when, yeah, it's the enthralling bit of how all the experiences that Nathan went through and that how it all, the roads led to the earth being measured flat. All roads lead to a flat earth. Yeah, nothing's going to trump it later or trump it before. Yeah, be excellent works from folks. So be it in the future. But yeah, nothing's going to trump it. Yeah, nothing's going to trump it.
Well, you don't know that. But the other thing is it going to be just measured flat, or you don't know that yet?
Yeah, it'll just be measured flat.
Okay, that'll be the title, and that's it, right? Excellent. I think that's fitting. We agree with everything because it did sound good. All roads lead to a flat earth because they do. But now, what are we really saying? All of those roads were irrelevant, and everything on it is irrelevant because you just measured flat. So I think this fits it perfectly. Measured flat, right across the board. Wonderful.
I mean, yeah, Neil, even if you find other diamonds in the rough, you can always go back to this book of Nathan's as the diamond you uniquely found in the rough. And it was there all along. There's been always measured flat by anyone ever that ever measured it with the necessary horizontal plane of the earth being created flat to give us those measurements that anybody takes. Yeah, the earth's flat. The earth's measured. Yeah, once this book of Nathan's is distributed, there will be nothing like it.
Oh, by the way, what was Jado talking about today?
Who?
I read something in Master B. Jado was saying something's missing out of flat Earth. Jado said,
What he did was he linked the photos that were me chastising Wayne from the map reading company, and he said, this needs to be gone through, like verbally. And I was like, I did today. It was on today's show.
Oh, so he doesn't. He's saying that he doesn't realize that you've done it already.
Yeah, so he'd done it a couple of hours after the live show had gone out. So I could only assume that he just happened to have not watched that day's live show, and he just saw it as an old post going by in Master B. Whereas in reality, that very day, I'd gone through that in great detail on the live show.
Somebody's not keeping up with the flat Earth debate, though.
Yeah, but it's still good. It's good that he was looking at that going, that's worthy of information. I said that when I told you, because you were the first to read it, I think, Neil. And I said, well, while I'm saying this guy's not worth my time, he's only got that length of email, it took me probably half an hour to write, on account of the fact that I knew I would put it into, into production, so to speak. So I knew I would be reading it out at some point on the show or using it in examples. You know what I mean? I knew what would become of Wayne, basically. So therefore it was worth my time. In other words, the response, the way I'm saying this is the response really wasn't actually for him. I tried to get that across on today's show, on the live show. I don't know if I did a good job or not, but that's kind of what I was trying to say. This response wasn't for him. It was for my audience. It was me turning what he'd done and what had become into an example that's useful as a teaching tool for the audience. Not because I want a response from him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think you made that clear. I think they'll understand that. We all did, so I'm sure the audience will. But in fairness to Jado, I think he's going through a move, so he can't spend as much time as he would like over here. That's why he's not been around. I think that's what the deal was. He's moving. So, yeah.
And those are the things that transpire. And then when you come back on the channel, you're like inundated with the status of the moment. But yeah, the one thing that will not change is the Earth being flat, as we measure it like that.
The other thing that Wayne's good for that I didn't mention was that he will kind of mark the start of people coming into this subject because they've seen me on some show somewhere, you know what I mean? And they'll be doing the same sort of stupid stuff that we've seen previously from people like Thunderfoot, like this guy did. So, we're going to see more of that.
You think so?
Yeah, I do. Because I'll be out there talking about my book, promoting it on some random channel that's got my press release and going, yeah, we'll have you on to talk about your new book. And then some random stranger will hear me talking about how anybody can join the show. And suddenly somebody will come into Discord, hear us talking about Predator or some movie that we've been watching, and they'll be like, fair game, right, I'm going to teach these stupid flat earthers. It'll all begin again from that perspective. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. Good. That's good, though.
In a way. It is and it isn't.
Well, it gives everybody what they want, right? It gives the people that want to pull their lion out on their leash an opportunity. Right?
It's also a new audience. You can't assume that they're automatically going to be anti-flat earthers.
I don't know about that.
Well, some of them will, and it'll be obvious. But there's going to be the occasional one you got to look out for, who thinks they are coming in to show us, that the Earth isn't.
Oh, what's what?
Yeah. Well,
Oh yeah.
come in with just because it's horizontal doesn't mean it's flat. They're going to come in with these very basic things because of their cognitive dissonance. And I think it'd be a fair assessment to treat those new people as not necessarily adversaries and not jump down their throats immediately and just kindly, you know, just talk about how it's measured and that's it. You know those shows where Nathan is. There's been a few of them where
Casual, like it's just measured that way.
yeah, he's on Discord. He's not jumping down people's throats, and even if they kind of start, he's just calm and oh, this is the way it is, and that's the way it is, and let them work through their cognitive dissonance calmly.
So you're saying that there are going to be people like Phil Bell coming in to kind of like tune them up?
Not people like Phil Bell. I mean, people who are completely unfamiliar with what we do and just happen to see me on a promotional tour talking about Flat Earth. It will just offend random Joe.
Right.
Yeah? And when I describe the steep descent from normie to anti-flat earther, it's cool in a way that someone like Wayne's come along to example that in such a concise way. So, in such a short span of time. That's what will happen.
Yeah,
we'll see that happen over and over again moving forward. Oh, that's my expectation, at least. It may not happen. I don't know.
Well, because people are going, because the world thinks they're living on a sphere. So it's like when my brother first told me about it, I immediately went into defense mode and tried to set him straight.
And that's because he said the words flat earth. If he had come at you and talked about how that you're measuring stuff flat and elevation angles, and hey, you want to see the height of that mountain? You measure it.
That's interesting. If he would have came, I always wondered if he would have came that way, I would have only responded the only way I know how. I know how you measure things. But he came telling me that Earth was flat, God created it flat, and then I got hit with the feast of nonsense. So there was a reason for me why I bucked up and started trying to set him straight, because I was fed the feast of nonsense as opposed to what's what. Now Nathan comes along, he's promoting his book, and he's just telling you how Earth is measured flat. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and to give the map guy a little credit, he basically gets a reply, a video reply, and his commenter said, oh well, flat earthers just told you that Earth's flat, and you're measuring it flat, and that got his guile up. What's interesting is that he didn't actually reply at all to the points Nathan was making. Yeah, you're using horizontal planes of reference. He came back with, and this was in January when he posted that video about how water boils, totally unrelated to anything he normally does. Out of his league, he was laughing way too much for his normal laugh quotient. And you could tell he was nervous about it, and total non sequitur to the whole thing. And so it's got him thinking, but he's still got to get around the idea that flat earthers are crazy loons, feast of nonsense. If Nathan keeps flat earth, quote unquote, to a minimum, bare minimum, measuring flat is about as, and that's where he's going with it. And that's the title of the book, right? But not about flat eartherism or the idea of it, and just calmly talk with people. Yeah, you're measuring it flat. You've got a horizontal plane of reference there. The only way
it's how it's mapped.
Yeah, it's how it's mapped. It's how you do your work.
How it's navigated.
Right. The best they can come back with was, well, that's local. And then if Nathan can calmly just say, well, yeah, okay, everybody measures it local. If you measure it local for 5 miles and somebody 5 miles away measures it local for 5 miles and both of you are measuring it flat, it's just the way you measure it. Kudos, man. This is your job. This is what you do. And, good grief, he has to go to north is up.
Locally flat. That's the problem. Locally flat.
It's a problem.
It's a problem for ballers. If you're coming in to defend the globe or to try to set him straight on what Earth is, then there are no flat surfaces on the globe. So he's got a problem with that locally flat.
Yeah, but that's his problem. That's the cogdice they've got to work through to keep the ball safe. So, people will change their beliefs when the truth is revealed to them. All Nathan's doing is revealing the truth. What a person does with it, whether they see it or not, is up to them. And if you can do that calmly in a good spirit and in a, not contrite, but humble spirit, and actually encouraging, hey, that's what your job is. That's what you do. That's cool.
Trying to change Nathan Oakley.
Say what?
You trying to change Nathan Oakley? That's what I was accused of one time. Because we had an issue with the I only had an issue with the how do my what taste, and then there was a certain party that was like, you're trying to change Nathan. I said, no, we're not trying to change him. We're just trying to share the darn show. Trying to grow the channel, and I can't share it with somebody's nuts hanging in somebody's face. It's limited to who I could share it to. My friends, they can get it, but I can't share it to my female cousin who happens to be a school teacher. That's the only thing we're trying to do. But I got accused of trying to change Nathan. Like, nobody's trying to change Nathan. Nathan is Nathan. It'll be Nathan. That's it. He does it how he does it. But if you're concerned about growing the channel, then why are you okay with certain things and not okay with other things?
Yeah, and this is going to be a different audience. We're appealing to the 99%, not the 1% that rightly so causes Nathan to go ballistic and go hard. He's got to be the author that people want to talk to say that they've talked to the famous person. And
well, when does he go ballistic? If you watch the shows, it's after at least 2 or 3 times with the same thing. Then Nathan's had it, when they ignore.
The new audience.
Those are the people that we're dealing with. Right. And I can tell you, if you think that the new audience are going to be calm and cool about it, I don't know about that. You have to understand, this is the heavy indoctrination that everybody's been indoctrinated with. They are going to come out to defend, even a regular normie. He learned this in school. And here's a guy coming along and saying, it's just measured flat. They're going to come with vitriol.
They are, but that the ones that are the hardest vitriol will fade away. They already have faded away. The tunes and all of them, they don't come around anymore.
I'm not talking about them.
But
remember when Tune first came around? He wasn't the way he is. I remember. He was just a guy to come and set us straight. He turned into this monster, whatever you want to call him. I hate saying his name. Why'd you even bring his name up? But anyway, the anti-flat earthers that come around, they don't start out like that. They're trying to set you straight. They're trying to be like, hold on a second, you're missing something here. And it's because they know better, because we've all learned this in school. And you're coming along and you're saying something contrary to what was taught in school, what consensus is telling us today, what the world knows, what all the scientists know, That's the way they're going to be coming, because they feel that they are in the right. They have the standing, they have the upper hand. But in actuality, they don't. But they don't know that yet. I don't know. It'll be interesting. We'll see.
All I'm saying is that be cognizant of the inevitable newer audience that is not like the old audience that will be coming. Hopefully, they'll come to the Discord to speak to the author and talk about the book, not the topic. And that'll be a different paradigm. And those people are the most likely to be persuaded to look at the new information that's not flat earth conspiracy crap. That's just the fact that this is how we measure it. And that Nathan has nothing fucking to do with it. None of us do. All this stuff was made up and figured out eons ago. Going back to the trope, the Greeks figured it out. We all figured it out just by how we measure the earth. None of this is flat earth stuff. It's just geometry. So I'm just saying that as a show, once it flips from flat earth debate, which we're not debating anymore, right, to discussing the content of the book and the meaning of how the truth of how we measure stuff flat, that's, you need to do that in a spirit that is humble and matter of fact about it. When Nathan is matter of fact, like, I don't care, it doesn't have to do with me, this is just how it's done. And they come up with, well, what about this? What about that? Just because it's horizontal doesn't mean it's flat. And I said, no, well, it just means it's horizontal. And matter of fact about it, once that is understood by the people that they're just talking to a regular guy who's just mentioning how we measure stuff.
Royale!
And occasionally plays video games while we're talking about him. that is what will grow the show as a platform for discussing the book and talking to the author. There's people that I just have not invited to the show because for the reasons that we've stated before, and that are open to getting rid of having to think about or talk about the feast of nonsense.
Around out on that note. So a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.